Chapter 430. Ziyue used the shrinking ground to inches technique, and his speed was so fast that he only left after images in the air. However, the flying thunder beast was at the late divine realm. Moreover, it had a pair of wings and could control lightning. Its speed was not slower than Ziyue's. Roar! The flying thunder beast roared. Lightning flashed as it flew. Then a light flashed. Whoosh! A thick bolt of lightning, like a heavenly pillar, flashed past and struck toward by Ziyue ruthlessly. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, disappearing from the spot. Boom! A huge mountain was hit by the lightning bolt and shattered. The lightning bolts crisscrossed like a giant net, covering the entire mountain. Some spirit-detecting realm demonic beasts let out terrifying roars. However, they were killed by the lightning bolt. Before a large group of lesser demons could even react, they were charred black and turned limp from the electricity, and all the living beings on the mountaintop were annihilated in an instant. What a powerful attack! Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but show a hint of surprise. The power of this attack was not weaker than when he used the silent divine light. A hint of surprise flashed in the flying thunder beast's cold eyes. However, it did not hesitate when it attacked. Whoosh! Soon, another lightning bolt shot out. Ziyue took a step forward and dodged it again. But then, thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the void. Like dark clouds covering the sky, the bright sun in the sky dimmed in an instant. Rumble! The sound of thunder exploded in the dark clouds. Boom! 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 Then, bolts of lightning struck down like rain, enveloping an area of several hundred feet around by Ziyue. Ziyue's body stopped moving. Immediately, a seven-colored light flashed across his body. He looked like an immortal. Following it, a ball of white mystical light rose against the wind like a piece of white cloth, blocking the lightning that was about to land on by Ziyue's body and sealing it away. Minor forbidden spirit technique. At the same time, Ziyue's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand. Chi! Very quickly, a ball of spiritual light filled with destruction, death, and desolation charged towards the thunder beast that was charging towards them at high speed. A layer of thunder shield suddenly appeared on the flying thunder beast's body. At the same time, a sizzling sound was heard, and it directly blocked Ziyue's divine light of annihilation. Even though it quickly dimmed and cracked, the remaining power of the annihilation divine light did not cause much damage to it before it was destroyed. What a powerful defense! In terms of speed, attack power, and defense, he's not any weaker than me. He was invincible in the late divine realm. This flying thunder beast is also an invincible existence that has reached the late divine realm. Ziyue's expression changed, and his heart sank. He didn't expect that he would encounter a great demon with the same strength as him, an invincible late divine realm great demon. No, suddenly, Ziyue felt that something was wrong, because he suddenly remembered that the flying thunder beast was like the hell snail. They were both powerful monsters with a trace of divine beast bloodline. Their innate strength was stronger than other monsters at the same level. Now, that it was at the late divine realm, its real strength was definitely not limited to this. Roar! The flying thunder beast felt the pain on its body and immediately became furious. A trace of extreme coldness flashed in its pale, golden eyes. It opened its mouth, and the power of lightning gathered. The void was immediately distorted, and layers of ripples that seemed to be able to tear the entire space apart appeared. Chi! 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 In the blink of an eye, a huge ball of dark lightning appeared. Rumble! The pitch-black thunderbolt that the flying thunder beast spat out exploded with a deafening boom as soon as it appeared. It exploded the void and rapidly smashed towards by Ziyue. As expected, this attack is at the peak of the divine realm. This attack has already surpassed the level of the late stage of the divine realm and reached the peak of the divine realm. Ziyue felt the terror of the black lightning. At the same time, a trace of seriousness flashed across his face. He quickly retreated and stretched out his hand. Immediately, a ball of white spiritual light rushed out. minor forbidden spirit skill. Then, it was followed by the great immortal martial handprint, annihilation divine light. At this moment, he did not have time to combine the great immortal martial handprint and the annihilation divine light. He could only attack one after another. Sizzle, the small mastery of the minor spirit restriction technique, quickly swept towards the black lightning. However, just as it sealed the black lightning, it was destroyed by the tyrannical power of the lightning. The remaining power of the black lightning did not diminish. It quickly fell on the huge, solid handprint of the great immortal martial handprint and shattered it instantly. Then, it was followed by the annihilation divine light. The horrifying black thunderbolt tore apart several of Baizue's offensive divine abilities and landed on the seven-colored calamity, avoiding spiritual light with irresistible force. Bang! The seven-colored calamity averting spiritual light on Ziyue's body was extremely dim. It was on the verge of collapse. Under the condition that he continued to pour in the great path Yuan Shi, it finally blocked the attack that was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the divine realm. The flying thunder beast's disdainful eyes immediately flashed with a look of astonishment. It knew very well how powerful its attack was. Baizue was only in the aperture in lightning realm. Even if it was a great demon in the divine realm who had reached the late stage of the divine realm, there were very few who could block its attack, let alone Baizue, who was only in the aperture in lightning realm. It did not expect that the puny human in front of it could make it fail again and again. Rumble! Thunder burst out. It was furious. Immediately, its body burst out with the power of thunder and lightning, as if thousands of thunder and lightning were shot out at the same time. At the same time, it also used its natal demonic treasure for the first time. It was a golden alms bowl that was golden all over. Golden Thunder Alms Bowl. The golden thunder alms bowl covered Ziyue's head. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning quickly spread and formed a huge thunder and lightning cage, which covered Ziyue. Air frozen bead. Freeze. Ziyue's expression did not change. A fist-sized bead rushed out quickly. When it was activated, a layer of strange hurricane swept out and directly rolled up the power of thunder and lightning and froze it. Clang, clang, clang. Then, Ziyue's magic evasion, divine sword changed into a sword to break all skills. It also locked the sword chi of the 23-story tower. It turned into a sword light and slashed fiercely. A black divine saber slashed down with a loud bang. 7 kill words in a row, which turned into endless killing intent, struck a terrifying blow. One after another, the attacks of the magic treasures hit the natal demonic treasure of the flying thunder beast fiercely. Banging sounds were heard, and the natal demonic treasure was blown away. Then, Ziyue took a step forward and rushed to the front of the flying thunder beast without any hesitation. He raised his hand, and immediately, a huge, thick, and extremely terrifying palm print condensed in the void. The moment the palm print appeared, a ball of terrifying spiritual light filled with the power of destruction and silence appeared and merged with the palm print. Sizzle! A brand new palm print condensed and fell fiercely like a broken mountain peak. Immortal martial destruction palm. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as the huge body of the flying thunder beast was sent flying. Then it landed heavily on the ground and was immediately crushed. But soon, the flying thunder beast soared into the sky again. It opened its mouth, and a ball of pitch-black thunder and lightning was shot out again. Ziyue was terrified and immediately attacked with all his strength. Minor forbidden spirit technique. Immortal martial destruction palm. Annihilation divine light. 7-colored calamity, avoiding spiritual light. He used all kinds of means. He did not care about the consumption of his origin power at all. He used all kinds of divine skills and erupted with terrifying battle strength to fight with the flying thunder beast directly. Even in terms of real strength, Ziyue was actually not as good as the flying thunder beast, especially when it released the black thunder and lightning. Its attack power had reached the level of the peak of the divine realm. It was extremely powerful, But under Ziyue's crazy attacks, he used all kinds of divine skills one after another. The power that erupted in a short period of time was also terrifying and extremely powerful. Therefore, the two sides fought fiercely. In a short period of time, they were in a stalemate. The mountains were broken, the earth was moved, and the rivers were changed. But Ziyue was in a frenzy as he unleashed all sorts of divine abilities at his fingertips. The great Tao origin power in his body was rapidly replenished while being consumed crazily. He always maintained a full state. Ziyue was fully immersed in the intense battle. Various kinds of forces were rapidly intertwined with one another. They gradually became smooth, as if they were merging with one another. Following it, a special feeling burst out from his body. Ziyue immediately felt his divine sense and origin power boiling at the same time. It felt like they were on the verge of burning. As they gathered together, they naturally showed signs of merging with one another. Am I going to have a breakthrough? Ziyue was startled all of a sudden. He could feel a strong desire to have a breakthrough. He immediately knew that his accumulation of origin power had skyrocketed due to the battle. It had reached its limit. Thus, he naturally had the desire to have a breakthrough. It's time to back off. There's no time for a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. Besides, I don't have much soul energy left. I only have around 500,000 left. Ziyue immediately came to a realization. He knew that he would be in trouble if the battle continued. He hurriedly unleashed another divine light of obliteration toward the flying lightning beast. Then, he turned around and took a step forward. Ground shrinking. Following a whoosh, he swiftly vanished into thin air. Roar! The flying thunder beast became energetic. It thought that Ziyue could not hold on any longer. It immediately uttered a roar and flapped its wings to chase after him. It then spat out another ray of black lightning. Rumble! The lightning was fired at an incredible speed. Ziyue frowned. He reached out his hand and grabbed a yellowish talisman in his hand. Substitute talisman. The talisman was the 4th grade talisman that he had obtained from the 9 Flowers Immortal Palace's patriarch, the substitute talisman. Even though the power of the talisman was slightly depleted, its function was still incredibly powerful. He unleashed the talisman without hesitation. Chapter 431. Buzz. In an instant, a layer of special fluctuation emanated from the talisman and turned into a strange spiritual light. With a slight brush on Ziyue's body, a figure similar in appearance and aura was replicated. Under the power of the substitute talisman, the thought of locking on the black thunderbolt was transferred from Ziyue's body to the substitute. Immediately after, Ziyue felt a special pushing force acting on his body. With a thought, his body flashed and immediately turned into a stream of flowing light, quickly flying away. At this moment, his speed was far faster than when he used the shrinking earth into an inch. He was as fast as lightning, and only a shadow was left in the world. The substitute that was replicated met the attack head-on and turned into a stream of flowing light, directly facing the black thunderbolt. Boom! The thunderbolt collided with the substitute and exploded violently, directly blasting the substitute into pieces and turning it into a ball of spiritual light. Roar! The flying thunder beast roared, and an obvious joy flashed in its cold eyes. Ziyue's strength had indeed gained its recognition, and being able to kill such a powerful existence made it even more excited. However, soon, its gradually cracking beast mouth suddenly closed, and an incomparable anger flashed in its pale golden eyes. It noticed that the one that was hit by its thunderbolt was an ascending shadow, and the real enemy had long disappeared. Was I fooled? Escaped? Was I happy for nothing? The flying thunder beast face suddenly changed, and it could not help but become furious. It suddenly spread its wings, and under the surge of violent thunder, it quickly chased after Ziyue, who was already far away at an extremely fast speed. This substitute talisman is indeed a 4th grade talisman, and its effect is huge. Even if I don't care about the substitute's ability, just the great speed under the effect of the talisman can definitely be regarded as a life-saving talisman. Ziyue felt the wind and lightning around him and secretly sighed. This extreme speed was more than twice as fast as when he used the shrinking earth into an inch with all his strength. In just a few breaths, he was tens of thousands of meters away from the battlefield. It was not until 10 breaths later that he felt that this special pushing force was exhausted and lost its effect. Ziyue's speed decreased accordingly. The stagnation after the extreme speed made him feel slightly uncomfortable. However, when he felt that the flying thunder beast in the distance did not give up chasing and was chasing at an extremely fast speed, Ziyue's eyes turned cold, and his figure fell directly into the forest, using the shrinking earth into an inch, and quickly flew at a low altitude. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was not until half an hour later that Ziyue heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed when he sensed that the faint threat hanging above his head had disappeared. This flying thunder beast is really vengeful. It actually chased me for 800 miles. Ziyue's face darkened, and he could not help but feel a lingering fear. If it were not for his fast speed and the relatively familiar route along the way, which did not attract the attention of other great demons and avoided the area where the demon monarch was, he might not have been able to escape smoothly in the dangerous, innumerable great mountains. Wait and see. You are vengeful, but I am more vengeful. Ziyue snorted coldly, and then looked around the surrounding environment, and a trace of surprise quickly appeared on his face. I didn't expect to come back to the Thousand Peaks Ridge after going around in circles. In this case, the reason why the flying thunder beast stopped chasing is not that it really gave up chasing me, but because this area actually belongs to the territory of the gold-armored demon monarch, a gold-core realm demonic beast. He suddenly understood, and his eyes became colder. He quickly turned around and soon descended into the Thousand Peaks Ridge again. After a few days, even though the black-patterned leopard had died, there was still no new god realm great demon occupying this place. Only a medium demon at the peak of the spirit detecting realm carefully stayed on a branch of the spiritual vein, hesitating and not daring to climb up the main peak. Seeing this, Ziyue did not care about it. He just released White Tiger and then descended into the main peak. With White Tiger guarding, ordinary demonic beasts did not dare to climb up the mountain again. As for the other god realm great demons, if they did not want to cause a war, they would rarely appear in the territories of other great demons. In terms of safety, he did not need to worry too much. In this way, he officially focused on himself. After the battle, my aura and spiritual power are intertwined, and I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the trouble of a god realm great demon to occupy the nest of a magpie and make a breakthrough with the help of its spiritual vein. In this Thousand Peaks Ridge, the great demon has died, and its spiritual vein is at the low 3rd grade, which is just right. Ziyue lifted his feet and stepped out. Soon, he appeared at the place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the densest in the main peak. His eyes flashed, and there was a trace of satisfaction on his face. He took out several array discs, and according to the array diagram, he set up a medium 2nd grade spirit gathering town, a high 2nd grade defensive array, a medium 2nd grade demon trapping array. There were a total of 7 2nd grade arrays. No one dared to relax at the breakthrough of the immortal cultivation realm. Especially in this dangerous, innumerable, huge mountains, no matter how careful they were, they could not be too careful. Naturally, Ziyue attached great importance to it and set up several layers of arrays to protect it. Although such means would not be able to stop the great demon at the god realm, it was not impossible to stop such a great demon for a while. This little time was enough for him to deal with it. Sitting cross-legged, Ziyue calmed his mind and operated the 1 yuan Great Tao art with all his strength. Under the endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth, after being refined by the Great Tao heart lamp, it turned into pure Great Tao origin energy, flowing freely. Soon, his exhausted origin energy was replenished. However, at this time, Ziyue did not choose to break through directly. Instead, He reached out his hand and took out several jade slips. These jade slips contain the cultivation experiences of various seniors from various immortal cultivation sects when they broke through from the peak of the aperture opening realm to the god realm. Although many people broke through with the help of the god elixir, the process of this realm promotion, the process of transformation, and the process of mental experience were also of great help to him. From the aperture opening realm to the god realm, it is a double transformation of divine sense and origin energy. The combination of the two forces is like a kind of cleansing, eliminating the false and retaining the true, and combining the body, thus evolving into a kind of power level evolution. This process is also very dangerous. Although origin energy and divine sense are both powers that belong to one's own, they are still different. The whole process requires a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Once the transformation is successful, one's mind will immediately connect with heaven and earth, thus understanding one's own talent. God realm, God realm, God realm, God realm, God realm. For those who were born with a Taoist body or were extremely talented, once they made a breakthrough and entered the divine realm, they would be able to comprehend a divine skill. When they cast the divine skill, not only would it be extremely fast, but its power would also be much stronger than ordinary divine skills. This is the divine sense. As for ordinary God realm experts, even when they break through, they will understand their own talents. For example, some people are born faster, have greater strength, have a natural understanding of the art of controlling fire, and are very proficient in the art of defense. But all these are just talents, not divine sense. Ziyue's divine sense scanned through the jade slips one by one. While comprehending the experiences in them, he also found some introductions about the God realm. In his heart, a trace of emotion and yearning arose. Divine sense. He also wanted it. However, he was not confident about his own talent. If it were not for the help of the attribute panel, he would not be able to break through to the God realm with all the acupoints lit, let alone igniting 1,296 acupoints. It was uncertain whether he could break through to the God realm in his life. All 1,296 acupoints have been ignited, and the One Yuan Great Way has been perfected. With such a foundation, I should be able to comprehend a powerful talent, right? Ziyue thought to himself and looked forward to it. As for the divine sense, although he wanted it very much, this kind of thing was not under his control at all. It was like a kind of gift from heaven and earth. He could only choose to resign himself to fate. After a long time, he read all the jade slips. After pondering and chewing for a long time, he could not help but wave his hand. Countless spiritual stones fell around him. These spiritual stones were all obtained by him in the early days. They were scattered and added up to a total of 3 million spiritual stones. He was afraid that the lack of spiritual chi of heaven and earth would affect his promotion, so he made preparations in advance. Let's start. Prepare to break through. Ziyue slowly closed his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, he circulated the One Yuan Great Way to the extreme. The 1,296 acupoints in his body shook at the same time and suddenly opened up, releasing endless spiritual chi. His divine sense surged swiftly along with this, as if it was material, and it fused with the origin energy of the Grand Tao. It flowed along the circulation path of the Grand Tao technique and flowed through numerous apertures before transforming into a surging river that planted his own imprint. The moment he completed a complete cycle of chi circulation. Buzz. Ziyue's mind was clear. Suddenly, a gust of origin energy merged with his divine sense quickly. Sizzle, like a drop of boiling water falling on top of magma. The two completely different types of energy quickly merged as they shook violently. In the blink of an eye, they fused into a completely new ball of energy that was completely different from the original Yuan Qi and divine sense energy. This ball of energy was pure and flawless, and it even had a sense of holiness. It was tangible but not tangible, as if it did not exist in the world, but it did exist. The power of divine sense. This is the power of divine sense unique to the existence of the divine realm. Ziyue thought silently. Immediately, he felt a special change in his aura. Before he had time to comprehend it, the origin energy and divine sense in his body were like two floodwaters that had opened the floodgates at this moment. They quickly rushed into his body, then merged and merged. One wave, two waves, three waves. Countless streams of divine sense were born immediately. Chapter 432. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The great path, origin energy, and divine sense in Ziyue's body quickly merged with each other and transformed into divine willpower. The power level of this divine will was naturally higher than divine sense and great path, origin energy. As it flowed through Ziyue's body, it merged with his body in an instant, nourishing his body and mind. Bit by bit, it washed his flesh and blood, causing his meridians, flesh, dantian, internal organs, and bones to become stronger bit by bit. As the saying goes, one who wants to wear the crown must bear the weight. If he did not have the corresponding strength of his flesh and blood, how could he bear this divine willpower that was far superior to his great path, origin energy? This was how the transformation began. Buzz. When the last great path, origin energy, and divine will completely merged and melted into divine will, Ziyue's body shook violently, and he suddenly felt a strong desire. A desire for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and energy. He hurriedly activated the great path of unity. Rumble. The 1,296 acupoints shook at the same time, and suddenly shone brightly like stars, violently swallowing and spitting spiritual energy. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within dozens of miles of thousand peaks, ridge, rapidly rolled back. The dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth swept over in a mighty manner, forming a spiritual chi funnel that covered an area of tens of miles. Under the funnel was Ziyue. Like a whale swallowing the world, he wantonly swallowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, after being burned by the great path heart lamp, it transformed into a new divine willpower that belonged to Ziyue. As this divine willpower was born, it immediately flowed into his limbs and bones along with the operation of his cultivation method, joining in the transformation of his body. First, it was his flesh and skin, followed by his meridians, internal organs, bones, dantian, brain, his entire body, everywhere. Sizzle. As the divine willpower continued to flow in and transform, Ziyue's physical strength strengthened again, and his aura also slowly increased and became more vigorous. Just standing there, he gave people a feeling of being like a mountain. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like an instant. When every part of his body was transformed by the power of divine will, he became even more powerful. 1. Finally, the first stream of divine sense flowed into his dantian. Then, the second strand, the third strand, at the same time, whose physique had been greatly improved after the transformation of his divine will, suddenly merged with heaven and earth. Above the 9 heavens, wind and clouds began to move, forming a bright and dazzling auspicious light. The auspicious light gathered above the 9 heavens and gradually transformed into a 9-song golden lotus. As the auspicious light rose and fell, the 9-song golden lotus immediately fell. It was accompanied by a spirit rain filled with vitality. Nourished by this special spiritual rain, the flowers, trees, spiritual materials, and rare treasures within a radius of dozens of kilometers instantly grew and flourished. It was as if it had undergone several years of growth and transformation in a short period of time. Some of the ordinary flowers, plants, and trees directly evolved into spirit flowers and plants. Some of the original spirit flowers and plants advanced from low-grade 1 to mid-grade 1, and then to high-grade 1. There were even some first-grade spiritual flowers and rare herbs that evolved into second grade. There were also demonic beasts that were bathed in the spirit rain. Their strength increased greatly, and they let out earth-shattering roars. White Tiger was coiled up on a gigantic boulder. His eyes were filled with shock. The gathering of wind and clouds, the tide of spiritual energy, and auspicious signs. With his hundreds of years of life, he had seen at least 5 or 6 demonic beasts that had broken through from the spirit-detecting realm to the god realm. However, he had never seen such an auspicious sign with the appearance of the 9-song golden lotus. He had never heard of it before. At this moment, not only was Ziyue's body and mind transforming and sublimating, even his soul had experienced extreme growth at this moment, becoming solid and powerful. With a thought, there was a kind of extraordinary consciousness that suddenly rose into the sky. It was as clear as autumn, and all the changes in the surroundings were seen in his eyes. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and summoned the black puppy. Suddenly, the black puppy let out a fierce and excited cheer. Like the flowers, trees, and demonic beasts outside the formation, they were immersed in the auspicious sign and the blessing of heaven and earth. Their strength and aura began to increase and improve immediately. At this moment, the 9-song golden lotus, which was completely condensed by the auspicious light, fell completely and landed on top of Ziyue's head. Soon entered his body. The auspicious sign of heaven, the 9-song golden lotus, descends to the world. When I broke through, I was indeed recognized by heaven and earth, and the auspicious light fell. Ziyue's heart was surging, and he felt a kind of satisfaction. In the past, he had heard that when someone broke through to the god realm after igniting 800 acupoints, there would be a myriad of phenomena, and the auspicious light would fall from heaven and earth. Now he had broken through to the god realm from the aperture enlightening realm. Not only was the phenomenon better, but the auspicious light fell from heaven and earth, and the appearance of the 9-song golden lotus was also born. Obviously, it was far better than the other party. Immediately, he felt a kind of transcendental joy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, Ziyue heard the sound of waves crashing in the ocean. Just as he was feeling bewildered, he immediately saw that the auspicious light in the sky did not dissipate as the 9-curved golden lotus entered his body and transformed his body, mind, and soul. Instead, as time passed, it rapidly changed. It turned into a boundless expanse of seawater. A bright moon rose up from the seawater. The bright moon rising from the sea, is this the rare phenomenon of the bright moon rising from the sea? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Sensing the rare phenomenon, it fell on his body again. The auspicious light did not disperse even at this time. Another rare phenomenon rose up. This time, it was purple chi from the east. In this way, 9 rare phenomena gathered and descended at the same time, causing Ziyue's body, soul, aura, divine sense, his entire body to evolve and leap to a higher level. Such a huge commotion. As the auspicious lights descended, Ziyue's aura also grew stronger. Instead, he began to panic in his heart. He did not expect that his breakthrough this time would cause such a huge commotion. Although he had set up a formation, such a commotion was a rare phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was not something that a mere second-grade formation could contain. One should know that this place was full of danger, and countless terrifying monsters gathered in the 100,000 mountains. He estimated that the commotion caused when he broke through had surely drawn the attention of most existences at the god realm or above within an area of a few hundred kilometers. Amongst them, there might be existences at the advanced stage of the god realm, like the soaring lightning beast, or existences at the peak of the god realm that were even stronger. Even the golden core monster lords. Therefore, when the 9 great anomalies appeared and dissipated, Ziyue's transformation also came to a halt. He didn't even have time to figure out the talent power he had suddenly comprehended when he had broken through to the god realm. He hurriedly controlled his divine sense to crush all the spiritual stones around him. A huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth suddenly rose. Ziyue, who had been prepared for this, quickly operated the 1 yuan Great Way to absorb all the spiritual qi. The 1,296 acupoints in his body inhaled and exhaled at the same time. The Great Way heart lamp burned crazily like a raging river. All the spiritual qi was converted into divine sense and flowed in his body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 70 breaths, Bai Ziyu finally felt a sense of fullness coming from his dantian. He immediately understood that his divine sense had finally reached the limit of his realm. Following that, he had also completely leaped into a higher realm, from the aperture enlightening realm to the divine realm. The whole process was so smooth that even he felt a little surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. His accumulation was too deep and profound. All 1,296 acupoints were ignited, and what he practiced was a great way of the first yuan that could cover all acupoints, as well as many magical powers. If he still couldn't break through, then there were only a few people in the world who could break through from the peak of the aperture opening stage to the divine realm. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, at this time, he still did not have time to sigh about his breakthrough, nor did he have time to figure out the various changes after his breakthrough. He quickly got up, waved the black puppy slightly, and put it back into the spirit beast pouch. Then, without causing the slightest fluctuation in the array, he walked out of the array like a wisp of smoke and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, Ziyue's figure was already in front of White Tiger. Without any hesitation, he moved his mind. Immediately, a suction force appeared on the demon-suppressing pagoda and directly sucked White Tiger in. Only then did Ziyue let out a sigh of relief. He quickly lifted his foot and took a step out. After one step, another step, like the wind and lightning. He quickly went far away and soon disappeared in the continuous mountains. Just after Ziyue left, only a dozen breaths of time. In the void, suddenly a violent eagle cry was heard. Then a mighty giant black eagle descended and appeared in the sky above Thousand Peaks Ridge. Then a huge boar-like great demon rolled up a layer of black smoke and rushed over. Further away, there were also great demons with strong and weak auras, all of whom were the god realm, rushing over. Come! Just at this moment, the black eagle let out a soft cry. It was stunned for a moment before it quickly swooped down. With a swipe of its claw, it easily shattered the 7 Grade 2 formations that Bai Ziyu had set up on Thousand Peak Ridge. Boom! The true appearance of the Great Formation was immediately revealed in front of it. Chapter 433. There was nothing on the ground. There was no trace of anything. Ow! The black eagle cried out in alarm, revealing a look of anger. Countless wind blades swept across the sky and the earth as if they were plowing the ground. Countless spiritual flowers and herbs that had just evolved and the small demons in the chi refinement stage were instantly blown to smithereens. Suddenly, the void froze as if it had been frozen. An oppressive aura spread in the Thousand Peaks Ridge. The mighty black eagle immediately became like a quail, lowering its arrogant head in fear. Further away, the huge boar and the other big demons at the divine realm also stopped. After a slight hesitation, they turned around and left without hesitation. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. On the main peak of the Thousand Peaks Ridge, the ground suddenly cracked. Countless rocks and giant trees were instantly thrown into the void. Then, a gigantic creature covered in golden scales with 4 extremely thick limbs soared into the sky from the ground. As soon as this enormous creature appeared, it emitted an aura that seemed to look down on the world. It was so mighty that it suppressed all the demonic beasts, causing them to keep quiet out of fear. This huge monster was the king of the surrounding 800 miles, the Golden Core Realm demonic beast, the golden armored monster monarch. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and made a prompt decision after breaking through. I escaped at the first moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be worrying. Ziyue looked in the direction of the Thousand Peaks Ridge and felt lucky. The 9 curved golden lotus, the bright moon rising from the sea, and the purple chi coming from the east. 9 strange phenomena had appeared at the same time. It was the biggest affirmation for him to ignite 1,296 acupuncture points and break through to the God realm. However, he never forgot that this was the innumerable mountains. There were countless demonic beasts, including those of the divine realm, the golden core realm, and even the primordial spirit realm. The bigger the commotion caused by his breakthrough, the more likely it was to attract the attention of such existences. That was why he made the prompt decision to flee. Now, the movement in the Thousand Peaks Ridge proved that his action was wise, which made him feel proud and lucky. This place is still too close to the Thousand Peaks Ridge. I can't guarantee that the Golden Core demonic beasts won't notice anything. Therefore, I have to put some distance between us again. Ziyue thought for a moment and felt a little uneasy. He hurriedly raised his foot, wanting to use ground shrink. But very quickly, his footsteps came to a halt as he looked towards the direction of the Thousand Peak Ridge. Now that the Golden Core stage demonic beast, the gold-armored demon lord, has appeared in the Thousand Peak Ridge, does that mean that I can roam freely in the grade 4 spiritual vein that it originally occupied? At that moment, Liu was extremely daring and wanted to head to the spirit vein where the golden armor demon lord was at to plunder. There are 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the grade 3 spiritual vein, such as the blade leaf bamboo and the hidden spirit flower. There must be more treasures in a grade 4 spiritual vein. Not to mention that third-rank spiritual materials were everywhere. It was definitely much better than the Thousand Peaks Ridge. Besides, there must be 4th-rank heaven and earth treasures. As long as there is one, it will be more valuable than 10 third-rank spiritual materials. Not to mention, there might be treasures collected by the gold-armored demon lord. Ziyue hesitated for a moment before a determined look appeared on his face. Let's go all out. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. As long as I'm careful, it shouldn't be difficult for me to escape in advance given my current speed. With that thought in mind, he immediately turned around and executed ground shrink. He quickly charged towards the grade 4 spirit vein, where the gold-armored monster overlord was. After one step, another step, under the ground shrink, Ziyue's speed was completely unleashed. He was as fast as lightning and as fast as a waterfall streaking across the sky. The God realm is indeed extraordinary. In terms of power level, the power of divine thought far surpassed that of divine sense and origin energy. When using divine sense and magic arts, not only is it more convenient and faster, but it also doesn't need to use divine sense and origin energy at the same time. Even the power is much higher than before. Take my current speed as an example. I've also used ground shrink, but compared to before, my speed has increased by more than 50%. If I had such speed before, how could I be so embarrassed under the pursuit of the flying thunder beast? While Bai Ziyue was on his way, he was also silently comprehending the various changes after his breakthrough. He immediately noticed the difference. Correspondingly, when I use other divine sense and magic arts, the power will definitely increase greatly. If my previous battle strength belonged to the invincible late stage of the God realm, then my current strength should be firmly at the peak of the God realm. Is it the first class at the peak of the God realm, or the invincible at the peak of the God realm? After a comparison, Ziyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Even though it was just his own estimation, he still needed to verify it. After all, relatively speaking, he had seen too few experts, so the basis of his judgment would naturally be biased. But just this was enough to make him excited. He was even a little excited. Invincible at the peak of the God realm was only below the demonic beast of the Gold Core realm. At least at this time, he had absolute confidence to defeat the flying thunder beast. Moreover, in addition to the increase in strength brought by the breakthrough of the realm under the God realm, I finally understood my own talent. Ziyue was a little excited. Even if he hadn't really tested and used his talent ability, he had an intuition that his talent ability was definitely not weak. At least he was actually very satisfied with it. I don't know if my talent ability is a divine sense or not, Ziyue muttered in his heart. He wanted to test it, but after thinking about it, he gave up for the time being. Without an opponent to use it, it was always difficult to really understand the specific power of this talent ability. Furthermore, his current plan was not suitable for him to cause too much of a commotion. Time flew by, and Baiziwa soon arrived near the grade 4 spiritual vein at top speed. When I passed by before, I only felt that the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was particularly rich, but I didn't dare to explore it at all. I didn't even dare to release my divine sense. Now that I have really entered the 4th grade spiritual vein, I realize that my previous knowledge was still shallow. It's so big. The entire 4th grade spiritual vein is crisscrossed, and it's estimated to have an area of 30 miles. And the density of spiritual chi here is really much higher than that of a 3rd grade spiritual vein. Spiritual chi could be seen everywhere. Spiritual chi turned into mist, rain, birds, and so on. Breathing it into the stomach, even an ordinary person can live for 3 to 5 months. If you live here without disease or disaster, you can easily live for more than 100 years. Ziwa looked at the 4th grade spiritual vein and felt the density of spiritual chi in it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The scenery here was truly beautiful. It was like the residence of an immortal, causing him to involuntarily yearn for it. Without hesitation, Ziwa approached it directly. Soon, he sensed a vast and powerful aura faintly coming from it. If he didn't know that the gold armor monster prince was still far away in the Thousand Peak Ridge, he would have turned around and fled. But just in case, he still released the 7-color calamity, avoiding spiritual light, and really descended. 3rd grade spiritual material purple spiritual flower. 3rd grade spiritual material golden leaf grass. 3rd grade spiritual material earth spiritual root. 3rd grade spiritual fruit tree. Crescent moon fruit tree. The crescent moon fruit contains abundant spiritual chi, and a small one can even help a god realm expert to break through the realm. Unfortunately, from the appearance of the crescent moon fruit, it will take at least half a year for it to really mature. Ziua walked leisurely in the 4th grade spiritual vein, and his eyes lit up as he looked at a small tree in the distance that was rapidly absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. On the small tree, there were white fruits that looked like crescent moons. They were the crescent moon fruit. But now, these crescent moon fruits looked very green, and obviously there was still some time before they matured. As for the silver-armored beast at the early stage god realm guarding the crescent moon fruit, he naturally didn't take it seriously. At this time, the silver-armored beast was still cultivating with the help of the massive amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered by the 4th grade spiritual fruit tree when it absorbed the spiritual chi, so it didn't notice Ziu's arrival. The 4th grade spiritual fruit tree is directly rooted in the depths of the spiritual vein, and only a 3rd grade spiritual plant master at the advanced stage, or even a 4th grade spiritual plant master at the beginner stage, can successfully transplant the crescent moon fruit. If I forcibly transplant it, even if I quickly find a 4th grade spiritual vein that meets the requirements to transplant it, it will inevitably hurt its foundation and affect the 12 crescent moon fruits on the tree, causing them to wither and rot and lose their effect. Moreover, it may directly endanger the 4th grade spiritual fruit tree itself, causing it to be downgraded to a 3rd grade or 2nd grade spiritual fruit tree, or even directly wither and die. Ziwa was very clear that the higher the grade of the spiritual plant, the more precious it was. Without a specialized spiritual plant master to take care of it, many of them would not be able to grow smoothly, not to mention transplanting it to an unfamiliar environment. For this spiritual fruit tree to become a 4th grade spiritual fruit tree, it must have grown for more than 1,000 years and was directly rooted in the depths of the spiritual vein, coexisting with the entire spiritual vein. It was extremely difficult to transplant it, and if he treated it roughly, it would only be a waste of effort. With a slight sigh, he could only choose to give up. But soon, a smile appeared on his face again. A 3,000-year-old earth Ganoderma that reached 4th grade spiritual fruit tree can almost be called the king of medicine. Moreover, There are more than 122nd grade Earth Ganoderma that are between 100 and 900 years old and 3 third-grade Earth Ganoderma that are more than 1,000 years old in the surroundings. The third-grade Earth Ganoderma is one of the main ingredients for refining the divine elixir, and I have 3 of them with me. With the addition of the 4th-grade Earth Ganoderma, it's already a great harvest. Baiziyu picked all of these spiritual materials one by one and sealed them with boxes made of spiritual wood. Then his gaze fell on a deep and serene cave. That was where the golden armored demon prince's nest was. Chapter 434. The original body of the gold-armored demon lord was obviously a pangolin. The strength of a pangolin could be roughly distinguished from the color of its scales. If its scales were pale white, it meant that it was in the chi refining realm. If it was black, it meant that it was in the spirit detecting realm. If it was silver, it meant that it was in the divine realm. If it was gold, it meant that it was in the gold core realm. The closer he got to the main peak, the more pangolin there were. Especially in the cave where the gold-armored demon lord's lair was, there were countless pangolin beasts. At the entrance of the cave, there were no less than 10 pangolin beasts in black armor in the spirit detecting realm. In the depths of the cave, there were several existences whose chi was far stronger than the black-armored pangolin beasts. As expected, there are powerful demons guarding the gold-armored demon lord's lair. Ziwa thought to himself, but he was not surprised. He had long known that a 4th-grade spiritual vein could not only be occupied by one demonic beast in the gold core realm. After countless years of reproduction, even if the pangolin beasts were solitary beasts, they would naturally form a group according to the whole spiritual vein. With the resources of the 4th-grade spiritual vein, there was no problem to support 3 to 5 powerful demons in the divine realm. With a leap, Baiziyu's figure had already appeared at the entrance of the cave without a sound. Under the invisibility skill, the pangolin beasts in the spirit detecting realm could not find him at all. He quickly performed the big hole observation skill. A weak divine thought surged, and a pangolin beast suddenly looked around vigilantly. A trace of doubt flashed in its slightly opened eyes, but it did not find anything. 3 powerful demons in the divine realm, including the one I met before and the one guarding the 4th-grade crescent fruit tree. There are 4 of them. One of them is obviously stronger than the other 3. There are some scales on its body, which vaguely showed a trace of gold. It should be in the late stage of the divine realm. Treasure house. I found the gold-armored demon lord's treasure house. There are 7 or 8 natal demonic treasures refined by various demonic beasts, and many materials comparable to star purple sand and 10,000 years meteorite gold. What is that? Slough? Slough of a powerful demon in the gold core realm? Could it be left behind by the gold-armored demon monarch when he broke through from the deity realm to the gold core realm? Using the big hole observation technique, Ziwa was able to see everything in the depths of the cave. Then he was stunned, and his breathing quickened. All sorts of demon treasures, materials, the slough of a golden core realm demon, and other rare treasures were extremely tempting to him. These materials, rare treasures, natural treasures, were all good things that were hard to come by in the outside world. At the same time, when Ziwa used the big hole observation technique to probe into the depths of the cave, the silver-armored great demon at the late divine realm, whose scales were faintly golden, suddenly opened his eyes. Even though the art of large aperture was incredibly profound, not only was its range limited, the aura it emanated was also extremely weak. However, it was, after all, a great demon at the late stage of the god realm. Its spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Almost instantly, it sensed the trace of spiritual energy that was spying on it. Roar! It immediately uttered a shocking roar. Then, like a hurricane, it rapidly swept out from the depths of the cave. Roar! 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 Then, almost all the mountain beasts on the 4th-grade spiritual vein began to riot. While roaring one after another, they turned into a bloody storm and rushed towards Yue together with those great demons at the god realm. Humph! In that case, I will let you test my first battle after entering the God realm. Ziyue's eyes became cold. Then, he instantly threw out a palm print. Rumble. With a loud bang, more than 10 mountain beasts at the spirit-detecting realm outside the cave were immediately crushed and smashed into meat paste. Spiritual energy plus 153225, plus 34752, plus 842232, plus 275233. A large number of spiritual energy values flashed by. In just an instant, his spiritual energy increased by more than 1 million units. With a smile, Bai Ziyue took a step forward and entered the cave in an instant. With a flash of the divine sword, a spirit-detecting realm demonic beast was pierced through in the blink of an eye. With a slash of the black divine sword, a total of 3 mountain beasts at the spirit-detecting realm were killed. A painting swept out fiercely. One after another, the words "kill" turned into endless killing intent and shrouded the mountain beasts. 7 kill words instantly killed the 7 pangolin beasts. It was easy and comfortable. Originally, it would take him a lot of effort to kill the beasts, but now he could kill them effortlessly. Every 10 steps he took, he would kill a person. He continued to go deeper and deeper into the cave. No demonic beast could stop him in the slightest. One strike, just one strike. With just one strike, even a peak spirit detecting pangolin would die at his hands. Once the pangolin beasts gathered together, Bai Ziyue immediately raised his palm and pressed it down. Rumble. As the palm print fell, no matter how many spirit-detecting realm demonic beasts there were, they could not resist his immortal martial handprint and were all killed. Even if it was a god realm demonic beast. A silver-armored great demon that was 10 meters tall and had extremely sharp claws suddenly burrowed out of the ground and clawed at Bai Ziyue fiercely. Die. Ziyue's expression did not change. A ball of destructive divine light covered the demonic beast's head. Divine ability, silent divine light. Sizzle. The silver-armored great demon, who had been brimming with vigor earlier, lost all signs of life and died. Spiritual energy plus 561352. Ziyue did not stop at all. He quickly flew past and continued to go deeper. At the same time, his gaze fell on the attribute panel, and he could not help but be shocked. My spiritual energy has reached 5 million points so quickly, and it's still increasing rapidly. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he sensed the mountain beasts that were still charging at him. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. Even if this was a large-scale massacre, once the golden-armored demonic beast returned, it would definitely cause a riot. But in his heart, he had to admit that he felt very good. In order to prevent his soul energy from exceeding the limit of 10 million, the attribute panel would automatically optimize itself and lose its function for a period of time. Bai Ziyue focused his attention on the various abilities and spells that he had cultivated to entry level. Spend 1995, 622 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the minor spirit restriction technique from small mastery to great mastery. Upgrade. Ziyue did not hesitate at all and chose to upgrade. With his soul strength that had broken through to the God realm, the impact of the minor mastery to great mastery did not affect him at all. So in the blink of an eye, he completely accepted and adapted to this upgrade. Spend 400 million points of spiritual energy to upgrade the minor spirit restriction technique from great mastery to great mastery. Upgrade. Bai Ziyue did not stop at all. The moment he raised it to greater mastery, he chose to raise it again and raised it to great mastery. A divine ability from great mastery to great mastery was a process of extreme sublimation. The ultimacy and perception were all gathered and absorbed in a short period of time, which made Ziyue feel absent-minded for a moment. Just at this moment, the silver-armored demonic beast at the late stage of the God realm suddenly rushed over from afar. A strong wave of spiritual energy was transmitted directly to him. There were also 7 or 8 pangolins around him, roaring fiercely at him. Their tails, which were like armor, swung like whips, fiercely at him. Divine ability, minor spirit restriction technique. Ziyue opened his eyes abruptly. Almost instantly, he performed the minor spirit restriction technique. A ball of white light rushed out quickly and fell on the silver-armored demonic beast at the late stage of the god realm. It directly sealed and dispersed the demonic skill that the beast was about to perform. Then his body trembled. Suddenly, an enormous illusory image formed by Ziyue's actual body appeared above his head. The human-shaped phantom opened its eyes and glanced indifferently at the silver-armored demonic beast at the late stage of the god realm and the group of spirit detecting realm demonic beasts. Suddenly, it shouted in a low voice. A misty cyan halo instantly spread out in all directions and radiated in the entire cave. Chi! 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 Both the silver-armored demonic beast at the late stage of the god realm and the group of spirit detecting realm demonic beasts fell into a daze in an instant, as if they had lost their consciousness. Then, Ziyue's mind flickered. The magic evasion divine sword had turned into a streamer containing the sword chi of the 23-story pagoda. It directly pierced toward the silver-armored demonic beast. In an instant, the flying sword pierced through the silver-armored demonic beast's head. It seemed that the silver-armored demonic beast did not react at all and did not make any resistance. The power of the flying sword did not decrease. It turned slightly and killed the rest of the spirit detecting realm demonic beasts. Spiritual energy plus 985-211, 254-232, 153222, 215427. Suddenly, a large number of spiritual energy values flashed in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual energy value had increased to more than 4 million. At this moment, what Ziyue was using was the innate secret skill that he had comprehended when he had broken through to the divine realm. With the help of the secret skill, all the demonic beasts, including the silver-armored demonic beast at the late stage of the god realm, were immediately restrained and allowed him to kill them one by one smoothly. This power, his, is so strong. Even though this secret skill under the god realm was used by Ziyue himself, he could not hide the shock in his heart, because this was the first time that he had really used this secret skill. With the power of my secret skill, it can definitely be called a divine ability. A divine ability that only belongs to me. In this case, I will name it absent-minded. Divine ability, absent-minded. Ziyue was secretly excited. He compared the effect of this secret skill and soon named it. The last day of the double monthly votes, please support. Chapter 435. Innate Divine Ability, Absent-Minded. It's a bit similar to the Divine Sense Attack spell, but it's not a Divine Sense Attack, nor a Divine Sense Attack. It's not even a pure soul attack. It's a special ability that can only be displayed when the power of the soul is combined with a unique aura of life in me. It's an innate divine ability that only I can display. Ziyue was amazed. He had always known that in the world of immortal spells, there were people who were born with extraordinary aptitudes and natural Taoist aptitude, such as Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yuer. Once they broke through to the divine realm, they would naturally comprehend their own innate divine ability. These innate divine abilities were a complete set of dharma and technique. As for those with weaker aptitudes, what they were able to comprehend was, at most, just one type of talent. These talents varied in strength and weakness. Some had unique effects, and some are useless. For example, Immortal Su San of the Celestial Spirit sect had a unique understanding of defensive techniques. Therefore, when he cultivated the defensive divine ability, the 7-color calamity of voiding divine light, he was particularly handy. In a very short time, he had cultivated it to the level of small success and was about to reach the level of profound success. For example, Immortal Wan Hong, the sect master of the Chaoyang sect, was a spiritual plant master. Therefore, while he was the sect master, he was actually an advanced second-grade spiritual plant master. He was also good at refining elixirs, controlling fire, controlling swords, observing mountains, exploring the sea, searching for objects, and many other kinds of talents. They had different functions, and the effects they could play were also different. Ziyue's innate divine ability was a complete set of dharma and technique when he broke through. This meant that his innate divine ability was actually the same as those geniuses with extraordinary aptitudes and natural Taoist aptitude. The innate divine ability was a divine ability that only he could use. Although this innate divine ability, absent-minded, was not a pure offensive divine ability. In terms of power, it could make the consciousness of a late-stage divine realm great demon stop for 3 full breaths. It was definitely not weak. Moreover, this innate divine ability was an ability that was always closely related to him. In the future, it would inevitably become more powerful as his strength improved. Unlike other divine abilities that were obtained through cultivation, there was a possibility that they would be eliminated. This made him more satisfied. The only pity is that using absent-minded divine ability consumes my soul power and origin. In a battle, I can only use it at most 2 or 3 times. And once I use it too many times, it will hurt the foundation of my soul and affect my body. Ziyue was also well aware of the drawbacks of this divine ability. However, looking at the battles he had experienced, unless it was to deliberately cultivate some divine ability or magic art, the real life and death battles were mostly completed in an extremely short period of time. If he really could not end the battle after using his divine ability more than 3 times in a row, it almost meant that he was in a situation where he would definitely die. Using it a few more times would not help. Moreover, perhaps because this innate divine ability is related to the soul, it has given me a natural advantage in the use and understanding of soul power. Combined with the use of my own origin, the current me has greatly increased my defensive power against divine consciousness attacks or soul attacks. Even experts who are good at this kind of attack can hardly pose a threat to me. If an even stronger existence were to use it, my resistance would be much stronger than before. By Ziyue's mind spun at lightning speed, and he discovered another use of this innate ability. As for more uses, he would have to keep using it in the future before he could discover anything. Ziyue's analysis of his divine ability seemed to be slow, but in fact, it passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, he collected his thoughts and focused on the battlefield again. The last silver-armored great demon at the middle stage divine realm was shocked when he sensed that the great demon at the late stage divine realm was killed by Ziyue in an instant. He quickly turned his body and turned into a spiral. He drilled into the ground and escaped. After a few breaths, an earth-shattering roar was heard. As soon as he broke the ground and drilled out of the cave, he cried for help from his king, the gold-armored demon monarch. Oh no! Bai Ziyue's expression changed. With a thought, he hurriedly summoned White Tiger and instructed him to block the pangolin beasts. He transformed into a stream of light and charged straight for the gold-armored demon lord's treasure trove. He knew he didn't have much time left. He wasn't sure if the gold-armored great demon had returned. Even 1,000 Peaks Ridge was only 100 miles away from here. Taking the speed of sound as an example, it would take at most 156 seconds, which was 2.5 minutes, to travel 100 miles. Even if the gold-armored demon monarch heard the cry for help and rushed back, it wouldn't take him a minute. With the speed of a golden core realm demon monarch, it would take him 30 to 40 seconds, which added up to a total of 200 seconds. It would take him about 3 minutes to return to the 4th grade spirit vein. If the gold-armored great demon monarch was already on his way back, it would take him even less time. Therefore, he only allowed himself to stay here for 100 seconds. After this period of time, no matter how precious the treasures were, he would have to leave immediately. This aura, this is the gold-armored demon monarch's lair? As soon as Udali appeared, a fear that came from the bottom of his heart spread. Then it saw the countless corpses of the pangolin beasts on the ground, including 1 or 2 deity realm monsters. It was dumbfounded. He felt a chill down his spine. Master is too bold, isn't he? This is the gold-armored demon monarch's lair. If he loots this place, It felt like it was trembling a little. As a tiger demon, he thought he was bold enough. He dared to rush out of the 100,000 mountains, enter the ancient barren region, and become the king of the forest of 10,000 demons. However, at this moment, when he became aware of the environment that he was in, he finally truly understood why. As the Tiger King, he could only be enslaved while his master's strength could continue to increase rapidly and bravely. It was as though there was no end to his master's strength. Disregarding everything else, just his courage alone was not something that ordinary existences could compare to. If it were him, even if he knew that the gold-armored demon monarch wasn't in his lair, he definitely wouldn't dare to enter this place and do such a crazy thing. He was simply too brave and too crazy. Bang! Suddenly, a pangolin swung its tail fiercely at it, immediately causing half of its face to go numb. Roar! Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? White Tiger was furious. He didn't care that this was the lair of the demon monarch anymore. He immediately attacked crazily and started a massacre. Anyway, even if the sky fell, his master would hold it up. He was not afraid. Ziyue attacked as fast as lightning, avoiding the continuous stabs of the divine swords. Occasionally, he would use the great immortal martial handprint. No pangolin could stop him. Soon, he rushed to the real lair of the gold-armored demon monarch, which was the place where he kept his treasures. This place was originally guarded by the middle-stage god realm, silver-armored great demon monarch, but he had already escaped. Without any hesitation, he rushed in. Although these demon treasures are crudely made, they are all made of good materials. Take them all. Heavenly Heartstone, triple essence heavy water, 1,000-layer wood, jade void ointment. These are all things that are hard to find in the outside world. And this slough was indeed a demonic beast in the gold core realm. When the gold-armored demon monarch broke through from the deity realm to the gold core realm, the slough left behind still had a very powerful and obvious aura that belonged to him. Just this aura alone was enough to deter the other deity realm monsters from acting presumptuously. At least, White Tiger wouldn't dare to move in front of this slough. This is a kind of instinctive suppression, a kind of bloodline deterrence between demonic beasts. However, it's not very useful to me. But I have to admit that this thing is extremely valuable. It can be made into a set of armor with unparalleled defensive power by a brilliant refiner. I also need to take it. As soon as Ziyue entered the huge, secret cave, his consciousness surged continuously. Storage bags flew out from his body, and he collected all the treasures in his storage bag. Some things, because of the high level of spiritual qi, were a little difficult for him to take them. He could faintly feel a repulsive force from those spiritual qi. He was not surprised. Instead, he was happy because the more it was so, the more valuable it was. He didn't mind spending more effort and time on it. This jade rod seems to be of an unusual grade. Suddenly, Ziyue was surprised. When he was taking the treasures, he suddenly noticed that a jade rod less than 3 feet long and as thick as an arm didn't move at all under the control of his divine thought. He immediately realized that this jade rod was not simple. He quickly grabbed it. The heaviness of it made his expression change. He looked at it and soon found something. This is a bone rod. It seems to be a bone from a demonic beast, but its hardness and grade. Is it the bone of a demonic beast in the primordial soul realm? Ziyue guessed and was extremely shocked. This jade bone had long since become extraordinary after being infused, washed, and tempered with boundless energy. It was a genuine 5th-grade spirit item, and it was even a natural top-grade spirit material for refining magic treasures. Its value was so high that it was beyond imagination. He didn't expect to find such a treasure in the gold-armored demon lord's treasure vault. Although this jade bone is only a short piece, its value is even higher than that of the gold-armored demon lord slough. Take it, I have to take it. Ziyue shouted in his heart. His divine thought immediately surged and turned into a mighty force. Bit by bit, it was taken into his storage bag. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 15 breaths, the jade bone was completely taken into the storage bag. Chapter 436. There was not much time left. Ziyue calculated the time and realized that more than 80 seconds had passed since the silver-armored demon's cry for help. With a jolt in his heart, he hurriedly took out another storage bag and aimed it at a pile of spirit stone ores in the corner of the wall. He immediately kept it. The spirit stone ores were extremely large. The smallest was the size of a human head, and the largest was the height of a human. Clearly, the golden-armored demon had collected them when he drilled into the mountain, and the spirit stones that he collected were naturally of high quality. From the head-sized spirit stone ores, at least 10 superior-grade spirit stones and 230 middle-grade spirit stones could be extracted. And in the middle of the huge spirit stone mine, which was as tall as a person, there were 3 supreme grade spirit stones, more than 20 high grade spirit stones, and more than 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. At this moment, they were all taken away by him. He estimated that the total amount of spirit stones from this wave of harvest was at least 5 million inferior-grade spirit stones. Immediately, he had replenished all the spirit stones he had used for his breakthrough and still had some left. It's been 100 seconds. Unfortunately, there's still a pile of treasures that have not been taken away. I can only give up. Ziyue was extremely alert and decisive. Even if he could take away all the remaining treasures, he would still have 8 million inferior-grade spirit stones. But he still chose to leave without any hesitation. In a flash, he rushed out of the treasure vault. With a slight sway, he came beside White Tiger and bellowed, "Go in." The demon subduing pagoda had already rushed out and sucked it in. As for Ziyue's figure, he did not stop. With a strike of his palm, he crushed all the demons in front of him. Then, he took a step forward and instantly rushed out of the cave. Roar! 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 At the same time, shocking roars could be heard rapidly. Outside the cave, countless pangolin beasts rushed in. Under the lead of the 2 silver-armored beasts, they immediately attacked Ziyue, who had just rushed out of the cave. Boom! 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 All kinds of demonic arts and attacks rained down like a storm, stirring up the winds and clouds of the entire world. The extremely hard rock cave also emitted waves of collapsing sounds. Scram! Ziyue's expression hardened, and his divine sense moved as he ruthlessly struck out with his palm. Grand Immortal Martial Palm. In an instant, a large wave of attacks was shattered and annihilated. However, the attacks of the numerous pangolin beasts and the 2 divine realm silver-armored great demons were also extremely powerful. Soon, the great immortal martial handprint, which could almost crush everything, was dispersed. Ziyue's expression didn't change. He stretched out his hand, and a gray ball of spiritual light filled with destruction and desolation shot out in all directions. Divine ability, annihilation, divine light. Sizzle, the silver-armored great demon of the early divine realm, who was guarding the 4th-grade spiritual fruit tree, had no time to dodge. He was covered by the annihilation divine light and died instantly. Around him, dozens of pangolin beasts followed in his footsteps. Their vitality was extinguished and they died on the spot. Boom! 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 However, at the same time, several attacks fell on his body. However, in the face of Ziyue's divine sense, the 7-colored spiritual light at the grand completion level, it didn't affect him at all. Ziyue immediately struck out with his palm again. Rumble! As he had broken through to the divine realm, the power of his casual strike was far more powerful than when he was in the aperture enlightening realm. The grand immortal martial handprint, which was displayed by the divine sense, was comparable to the full blow of a first-class expert at the middle divine realm. Naturally, it was not something that a group of pangolin beasts, who were at most at the late spirit detecting realm, could withstand. More than 100 pangolin beasts were covered by the grand immortal martial handprint and were crushed into meat paste. My spiritual energy has reached more than 9 million. At this moment, he finally had time to take a look at the attribute panel. His heart skipped a beat. Above his head, a huge illusory human figure, whose face was exactly the same as Ziyue's, appeared. The illusory human figure opened his eyes and glanced at the demonic beasts in front of him indifferently. Suddenly, he shouted in a low voice. A misty green halo instantly spread out in all directions. Innate divine sense, absent-minded. Instantly, all the demonic beasts, including the silver-armored great demon at the middle divine realm, were stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ziyue's spiritual energy quickly moved on the attribute panel. Spend 9, 85136 spiritual energy to upgrade the myriad flame furnace from the beginner level to the initial level. Spend 2 million spiritual energy to upgrade the myriad flame furnace from the initial level to the phenomenal level. Spend 4 million spiritual energy to upgrade the myriad flame furnace from the phenomenal level to the grand completion level. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. In batches, Ziyue upgraded the myriad flame furnace to the grand completion level. Suddenly, his spiritual energy was greatly reduced. At the same time, a vigorous aura radiated from his body. Without any hesitation, Ziyue activated his spiritual energy, and a divine skill was derived immediately. Divine skill, Myriad Flame Furnace. Boom! A mass of four-colored flames turned into a sea of fire and formed a huge furnace in the blink of an eye. Aiming at a large group of demonic beasts, it covered their heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the burning flames, the demonic beasts, who had just recovered from Ziyue's divine skill, absent-mindedness, were immediately covered by the flames and burned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Even the silver-armored great demon at the middle divine realm let out a shocking roar at this moment. The demonic chi on his body surged violently. However, in just one breath, his protective demonic chi had been burned out. His scales, flesh, and blood were also wrapped by the four-colored flames and burned into ashes. Dead. It's really time to go. At this moment, Ziyue suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He sensed that in the distance, an extremely violent figure had turned into a beam of light and was rushing toward this place rapidly. He immediately understood that the king of the region 800 miles away from the innumerable great mountains, the gold-armored monster prince, was about to return. It was a little faster than he had expected. He hurriedly took a step forward. Whoosh! Like a flash of lightning, he quickly went in the same direction as the gold-armored monster prince. After one step, another step, Ziyue performed distance shrinking without stopping, and his speed was extremely fast. Moreover, as he hurried along, he quickly used the invisibility technique. Together with the spirit-concealing robe on his body, the effect of invisibility technique was greatly enhanced under the invisibility technique. In an instant, he disappeared from the whole world. 1 minute later, the gold-armored monster prince's huge body landed in the fourth-grade spiritual vein. The golden eyes swept across the surroundings of the lair. Countless pangolin beasts had fallen, and it immediately let out a furious roar. It was like a sorrowful song crying blood, shaking the sky and spreading hundreds of miles away. Under the suppression of the violent aura, not only the surrounding demonic beasts trembled in fear, but also the pangolin beasts in the fourth-grade spiritual vein. Suddenly, the gold-armored monster prince's head moved slightly. Tiger demon? He sensed the remaining aura here. Ziyue had restrained his aura all the time, so there was very little of it left. Under the impact of the endless spiritual light, it immediately disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, the white tiger demon prince's aura was particularly violent at this moment. The gold-armored monster prince was instantly furious, and a cruel light flashed in his cold eyes. Since then, within the entire periphery of the innumerable great mountains, all the tiger demons within 800 miles of its territory suffered a great calamity and were all slaughtered. Fortunately, I escaped successfully. After officially stepping out of the territory of the gold-armored monster prince, Ziyue let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. This time he'd gained a lot. Not only did he successfully break through from the aperture in Lightning Realm to the God Realm, but he also officially became a perfected being at the early stage of the god realm. He had also comprehended a special ability that belonged to him, absent-minded. Immediately afterwards, after he sensed that the gold-armored monster prince, a golden core realm demonic beast, was pouncing on him because of his breakthrough, he made a prompt decision to rush straight to the monster's lair, which was even more daring and crazy. The gains were naturally extremely shocking. There are more than 100 spiritual materials, including a 4th-grade spiritual material, Earth Ganoderma, which is more than 3,000 years old. There are 7 or 8 demonic treasures, which were obviously collected by the gold-armored monster prince when he killed some divinity realm demonic beasts. Even though the refining technique is rough, 2 of them have reached the level of middle-grade demonic treasures, and one of them is even an upper-grade demonic treasure, comparable to an upper-grade Dharma treasure. In addition, there are precious refining spiritual materials such as Tianqin City, Sanyuan Flush, Thousand-Layer Wood, Yushu Ointment, and so on. The demonic beast slough has reached the peak of the advanced 3rd grade, almost reaching the 4th grade. However, the most precious one is the jade bone suspected to be from the Essence Soul Realm demonic ancestor. The grade of that jade bone has even reached the 5th grade. Ziyue calculated silently, but he couldn't even estimate the value of these treasures. However, he was very sure that if all of them were converted into spiritual stones, the value of these gains would definitely be more than 30 million spiritual stones, even if he deducted the 5 million spiritual stones raw ores that he collected later on. He was instantly pleasantly surprised. Even if it was converted into upper-grade spiritual stones, it would only be 3,000, but it was definitely a huge fortune. However, thinking about it, it's normal. Almost all of the collection of a golden core realm demonic beast has fallen into my hands. If it's not a lot, wouldn't it seem that the other party is too poor? Ziyue felt a little proud, and then his gaze fell on his attribute panel again. In addition to these gains, my other big gain is that I have successively upgraded the minor spirit restriction technique and the 10,000 flames furnace to the consummate level. Although it doesn't increase my combat power by much, it's a huge supplement. Now, the main method that I haven't upgraded to the consummate level is only the sword energy of the 23rd floor. Well, I still have more than 8 million spiritual energy, which is enough to upgrade it to the consummate level. Ziyue sighed inwardly and couldn't help but tap again. Spend 538,541 spiritual energy to upgrade the sword energy of the 23rd floor to the consummate level. Upgrade. Chapter 437. In the 100,000 great mountains, in a continuous range of mountains, towering giant trees rose from the ground. Occasionally, there would be terrifying beasts with strong figures and violent habits fighting one another, resulting in a great commotion. Ziyue used the shrinking ground into an inch. It seemed like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but there were giant trees that needed several people to wrap their arms around him. Blocked bushes, mountains and rivers that were more than 10 meters long, and a mountain stream that was almost 100 meters away were like flat ground under his feet. They did not cause any hindrance to him. During this time, there would always be a group of all kinds of monsters that were not afraid of death. They would suddenly jump out when he had to pass by. But often, before they could react, their heads would be pierced by the magic sword that accompanied him. Occasionally, Ziyue would use the large hole observation technique, allowing him to see everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Not only did he see the path ahead clearly, but he also saw all kinds of Grade 2 and Grade 3 spiritual materials that were hidden extremely well, and they all fell into his storage bag as if they had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, the trees in front of Ziyue began to become sparse. Then, it suddenly became clear. The area that stretched for hundreds of miles actually became barren. There were only some occasional green spots dotted among them. Most of them were yellow, brown, or black mountain rocks. There were even areas that were very scorched black. Whoosh! In the void, wind and thunder suddenly descended and fiercely blasted on a giant mountain. Under the power of thunder and lightning, the entire mountain was struck red. There were bursts of thunder and lightning in the air, constantly spreading among the mountain rocks and sizzling sounds. This is indeed a place that is naturally close to thunder and lightning. Within each of these mountains, there was actually a metal spirit mine. The sharp peaks that soared into the sky seemed to have formed natural lightning rods, constantly attracting the power of thunder and lightning. After countless years, if these gold-iron spiritual mines were not mined, they could even be refined and automatically become magic treasures with supreme power. They could be called heaven-made treasures. Ziyue couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Of course, it was not that easy to create such a treasure. He also didn't think that he would have such an opportunity. Although the terrain here had been formed for more than 10,000 years, it was obvious that there was still at least 108,000 years of precipitation before the lightning could create a heavenly treasure. How? At this moment, a joyous voice could be heard. Following this, a terrifying giant beast with a wingspan of over 20 zhang and a body covered in crisscrossing green scales flew across the sky above the lightning mountain. Hiss! 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 Immediately after, another group of slightly smaller but equally terrifying and ferocious beasts rushed from afar towards the giant mountain covered in lightning. When they landed on the giant peak, they immediately felt the power of lightning pouring into their bodies from the giant peak, causing them to feel a pleasant numbness. Flying Thunder Beast. The terrifying giant beasts flying across the sky were none other than a group of flying thunder beasts. As the saying went, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Previously, the flying thunder beast had chased after him for 800 li with its outstanding speed and strength. If he hadn't trespassed into the spiritual land of the golden-armored beast ruler, it would have taken him some time to get rid of the beast. Now that he had broken through to the god realm from the aperture awakening realm, his strength had improved significantly. It was time for him to settle the score. Without hesitation, Bai Ziyue took a step forward. The distance of almost 200 zhang seemed to have been shortened to a meter in an instant. He crossed the distance with a single step. After the first step, he took another step. He took a stroll and crossed a distance of a few thousand meters in an instant. His figure was misty and filled with the immortal aura of a person who had achieved the Tao. Ow! Bai Ziyue did not hide his figure. Therefore, almost all of the flying thunder beasts noticed the figure that was charging towards them at an extremely fast speed almost immediately. Without any hesitation, the flying thunder beasts immediately soared into the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following it, lightning bolts flashed across the sky and struck at Ziyue fiercely. Umph! Ziyue's expression remained the same. He showed no sign of dodging the attacks. He waved his hand, and a white spiritual light shot forth before landing on the bodies of the soaring lightning beasts. Mystical power. Minor forbidden art. The white glow immediately sealed off the flying thunder beast's mystical glow, beast consciousness, and beast will, cutting off the connection between them and the lightning bolts. All of a sudden, their bodies sank and they fell from the sky. The lightning pillars also dissipated. When they got close to Bai Ziyue, they seemed to have been brushed by a clear light and did not have the slightest bit of power. As I thought, using the minor forbidden art to seal off the beasts is more effective than simply sealing off their attacks. Of course, the reason why it is so effective is because I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation level and my strength has increased tremendously. Ziyue's eyes flickered and his mind was clear. He was not surprised by the effect of the attack. Following that, without the slightest hesitation, he spread open his 5 fingers and shot forth a palm strike. In the void, an extremely solid giant palm suddenly condensed. It spread out for 300 feet and almost enveloped all the flying thunder beasts within it. Rumble. It was as if a giant mountain was collapsing and pressing down. Even the void was emitting explosive sounds because of this intense pressure. Ow! The flying lightning beasts immediately let out terrified cries. The body of the flying thunder beast at the late stage of the divine realm shot out endless lightning. At this moment, it finally broke through the restriction of the minor spirit restriction technique and regained control of the power in its body. It opened its mouth, and the power of thunder and lightning gathered. Under the distortion of the void, layers of ripples that seemed to be able to tear the entire space apart appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, a giant pitch-black lightning bolt shot out toward the giant palm. However, Baizue seemed to have expected it. An extremely indifferent look flashed across his eyes. He extended his hand and pointed. A power that was filled with destruction and desolation had already descended. It covered the pitch-black lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying lightning energy clashed with the annihilation divine light, but only a soft sound was heard. The violent lightning energy was destroyed by the annihilation divine light. The remaining power of the silent divine light did not diminish. It landed on the flying thunder beast and instantly wiped out 30% of its vitality. Ow! The flying thunder beast let out a roar, and its pale golden eyes were filled with disbelief. It recognized the human in front of it. Not long ago, it was being chased by it. It was unable to fight back and could only run away. How long had it been since then? How did he become so powerful? Especially the silent divine light that contained the terrifying silent divine light. Previously, the power of the silent divine light could only break its defense. With its defensive power, it did not even need to worry too much. But now, if it had not used the black lightning bolts to consume more than half of the power of the silent divine light, it would have been completely annihilated. Wait, he has also broken through to the God realm. Suddenly, its heart trembled and it was extremely terrified. Only then did it realize that Ziyue's aura was different. The fluctuation of the aura that belonged to the God realm caused it to be terrified. While he was hesitating, Baizeu's great immortal martial palm imprint came crashing down like a hot knife through butter. Puff, puff, puff. The terrifying power crushed down and landed on the bodies of the flying thunder beasts at the spirit detecting realm. The flying thunder beast bodies that were covered with scales and had strong defensive power seemed to be useless at this moment. Almost instantly, all the flying thunder beasts that were covered by the great immortal martial handprint turned into balls of blood foam and fell heavily on the ground. All of them died. In an instant, in the entire void, other than the flying thunder beast at the late God realm, there were only 2 flying thunder beasts at the middle and late spirit detecting realm. Because they happened to be outside the range of the great immortal martial handprint, they were lucky to escape. However, at this moment, their minds were completely filled with fear and they were dumbfounded. They had lost the power to fight back. Run, run, run. The leader of the flying thunder beast was shocked and completely understood the gap between it and its opponent. Facing Ziyue, it even felt powerless, as if it was facing a golden core realm demon lord. The wings on its body flapped quickly, and under the terrifying explosion of thunder and lightning, its body instantly shot out. Boom! The void trembled, and under the pressure, a huge light wave was formed. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot out at an extremely fast speed. Now the tables have turned. You can't escape. With a thought, Ziyue's evading divine sword flashed out a series of mysterious arcs and killed the 2 flying thunder beasts at the spirit detecting realm in an instant. Then he took a step forward unhurriedly. After one step, another step. His current speed was more than twice as fast as before he had broken through. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the flying thunder beast at the late God realm and pointed at it from afar. Spare my life. The flying thunder beast was terrified and hurriedly sent out a wave of divine thought, begging Ziyue to spare its life. This wave of divine thought was the bridge of communication between existences at the God realm and above. It could spread very far, and its speed was faster than the speed of sound. Even if the 2 parties didn't understand each other's language, they could communicate their meaning clearly. Previously, the arrogant flying thunder beast disdained to talk to Ziyue, so it didn't respond. Now, it only hated that it didn't understand the human language and couldn't beg for mercy in the human language to win Ziyue's approval. Chapter 438. It's impolite not to reciprocate, don't you think? By Ziwe smiled faintly and pointed his finger. Chi, a ray of white spiritual light shot out and landed on the flying thunder beast's body. Following that, a ray of divine light of obliteration descended from the sky. No, ancestor, save me. The flying thunder beast let out a desperate roar, and an extremely strong wave of divine telekinesis rushed in one direction. That direction was where the Silver Snake Demon Lord was at the Grade 4 Spirit Vein. At the same time, his demon aura surged, and endless thunder and lightning burst out. However, as the minor spirit restriction technique fell, the thunder and lightning dissipated instantly. At this moment, it even felt that its demon aura was no longer under its control and was completely sealed. Panicking, it could only control the demon core in its body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demon core spun and emitted a terrifying spiritual light in an instant, finally allowing it to break through the seal. However, at this moment, Ziwe's divine light of obliteration also fell. It only had time to bring out its natal demon treasure. Chi-Chi, the thunder and lightning on its natal demon treasure, the golden thunderbolt, was extinguished instantly. The remaining power of the divine light of obliteration did not decrease and landed directly on its body, instantly wiping out another 40% of its life force. A total of 70% of its life force was wiped out, and it immediately became extremely dispirited. Its strength was now less than 10%. It made up its mind and hurriedly drove out its demon core, intending to fight to the death. However, just as it was about to move, it saw a sword light flash like lightning. It was extremely fast, and it seemed to have surpassed the limits of its thinking. It directly rushed out and instantly entered its head, stirring it up violently. A great demon of a generation had fallen just like that. Spiritual energy plus 135, 1432. Ziwe waved slightly and put away the evading divine sword again. The grade of the evading divine sword was indeed a little weak for Ziwe at this moment, but it was definitely not weak when combined with his one sword to break all skills and 23-story tower sword aura. This was especially true for the 23rd floor sword Chi, which was extremely powerful in itself. With his current divine sense, the sword Chi of the 23-story building, which had been upgraded to the consummate level, had reached the first class of the middle stage divine realm. In addition, this technique was naturally compatible with the flying sword technique, so it could be superimposed on each other. When the two techniques combined, the power of the flying sword technique soared again, reaching the level of an all-out attack of an ordinary late-stage divine realm cultivator. With such a powerful attack, it was naturally not a problem to break the flying thunder beast's head, which had been heavily wounded due to the dispersion of its spiritual energy. However, I do need to consider refining the flying sword again and raise the grade of the law evasion divine sword. Ziwe silently muttered to himself and immediately committed this matter to memory. Since a long time ago, he'd taken this divine evasion sword to be his own origin magic treasure. Normally, it was extremely easy for him to utilize it, and it was like an extension of his arm. When it was in his hands, it was naturally more formidable than when he utilized other magic treasures of the same grade. With the connection of their hearts and minds, the power of the law evasion divine sword had reached the level of a half-step magic treasure. Of course, a half-step magic treasure was still not a magic treasure. With his divine realm, celestial method realm, it was naturally more suitable for him to use a real magic treasure. It just so happens that I've collected a lot of precious spiritual materials during this period of time. Once I refine the law evasion divine sword, it will definitely increase the power and potential of this magic treasure greatly. Ziwe silently looked forward to it. It should be known that the star purple sand, the 10,000 years meteorite gold, the heavenly heartstone, and other materials in his body could be refined as the body of a magic treasure in the ancient Barren region and turned into a natal magic treasure. Now, In addition to the materials of many natal magic treasures, he had a total of 7 or 8 kinds of materials. When used together, it would definitely be more powerful. Not to mention that he also had a demon bone left by a demonic beast in the primordial soul realm. With these thoughts in mind, Ziyue did not hesitate. With a wave of his divine sense, he immediately put away the flying thunder beast stone ladder and natal magic treasure. Then, with a thought, he immediately performed the big hole observation skill. After a few breaths, his body sank, and he quickly landed on a bare mountain rock. Inside the mountain rock, there was a shallow but huge cave. It was the lair of the late-stage divine realm flying thunder beast. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the cave and quickly searched the entire cave. In less than 30 breaths, at least 6 million lower spiritual stones worth of treasures were thrown into the storage bag. Ziyue directly rushed out, turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed into the depths of the innumerable mountains. He naturally noticed that the flying thunder beast had asked for help in the direction of the golden core realm demonic beast. Although the silver snake demon prince might not necessarily pay attention to it, a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. In order to be safe, he naturally had to leave as soon as possible. In the next few days, Ziyue was as fast as lightning, constantly rushing and not taking the initiative to cause trouble. In essence, he was not a person who would deliberately provoke enemies. What he yearned for was a peaceful life. All he wanted was to increase his strength and see the scenery of the whole world from a distance. Unless he could not help it. For example, when he could not help being curious and went close to observe the growth environment of some third-grade spiritual herbs, there would always be some demonic beast that jumped out and attacked him fiercely. Ziyue was not the kind of person who was willing to be taken advantage of. Generally, if he had a grudge, he would take revenge on the spot. Usually, he would kill the opponent with a slap. However, in the innumerable mountains, there were many dangers. Even a single demonic beast usually had its own demonic beast clan. If he killed the younger ones, the older ones would come. If he killed one, there would immediately be a group of demonic beasts rushing madly. Then, he had to be ruthless and kill a wave of demonic beasts. Of course, this kind of situation was actually very rare. After all, third-grade spiritual herbs and above were relatively rare. But even so, the amount of his spiritual power had been slowly increasing. 3 million for million, 5 million. In just a few days, the amount of his spiritual power had increased to more than 8 million points. He was only about 7 million points away from officially increasing to 10 million points and breaking through the 10 million mark. This little bit of spiritual power was really not much to him. This time, Ziyue did not intend to continue to retain spiritual power to increase his strength. This was because the current him was actually in a state where he could not increase his spiritual power. Not only could he cultivate and increase his spiritual power, but the most important thing was that he did not have any follow-up cultivation methods. In the ancient Barren region, he had obtained a lot of cultivation methods from countless expeditions. Among them, there was no lack of cultivation methods that could be cultivated from the aperture enlightening realm to the god realm. Putting everything else aside, just the cultivation method of purple chi visualization, which was his main cultivation method in the early days, he had the complete cultivation method from the chi refinement realm to the aperture enlightening realm and then to the god realm. However, as he created the One Yuan Great Way, which could be said to be a collection of aperture enlightening realm cultivation methods, its grade was so high that it was difficult to find a comparable cultivation method in the world. Therefore, he broke through the shackles of the realm, and the divine consciousness that was refined had already surpassed the level of ordinary god realm. Naturally, it was no longer suitable for him to practice other deity-level cultivation methods, like the purple chi divine observation technique. At least Ziyue himself could not bear this kind of regression. Therefore, what he had to go on next was the cultivation path of creating his own cultivation method. Of course, if he could have a God realm cultivation method that was comparable to the One Yuan Great Way, it would be possible. But thinking about it, it would be difficult. At least, it would be difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Fortunately, with the foundation of the One Yuan Great Way, although the follow-up cultivation method is difficult, it is not completely clueless. Ziyue pondered silently. In fact, he was not that worried. He had the confidence of the property panel and the methods of predecessors to learn from. In addition, he was very clear that cultivators of immortal methods, when they reached a certain level, also needed to walk their own path of immortal methods. Perhaps many cultivators, when walking this path, were slower than him, officially started when they were in the elixir realm or even the primordial spirit realm. But there was also no lack of geniuses who created their own cultivation methods when they were in the God realm. Since others could walk this path, why couldn't he? The One Yuan Great Way at the Aperture Enlightening Realm laid a solid foundation for him. It was also because of this that he allowed his soul energy to increase to more than 10 million this time. In this way, the property panel would officially evolve. Perhaps, after the evolution, the property panel could evolve more and stronger functions that happened to be helpful for him to create cultivation methods. Who knows? Ziyue was very much looking forward to it. Before I know it, I have already gone deep into the 100,000 mountains, 7,000 miles deep. This should be the middle of the 100,000 mountains. I can clearly feel that the spirit chi of heaven and earth here is much richer than in the periphery. The number and strength of the monsters have also increased greatly. Even if it's not near the third-grade spirit vein, I can occasionally encounter the traces of God realm monsters. The level of danger is much higher than before. Ziyue couldn't help but sigh. In a few days, he cut through all obstacles and pushed forward. He carefully avoided countless dangers, and in order not to cause trouble, he even avoided the third-grade spirit vein. Finally, he successfully went 7,000 miles deep into the 100,000 mountains. Soon, he also found that this place was different from the periphery. The most important thing was that it was more dangerous. Ziyue became more and more low-key. He was very careful and always maintained the invisibility technique. Under the integration of heaven and earth, coupled with the spirit-concealing robe on his body, even if he passed by some low-level God realm monsters, he would not attract their attention. However, what Ziyue really cared about was not such existences, but demon lords above the Golden Core realm and demon ancestors at the primordial spirit realm. Chi. Suddenly, a special fluctuation spread out from afar. In an instant, it made Ziyue quiver. Chapter 439. Following this, an alluring fragrance wafted into the air. This fragrance seemed to contain a kind of special energy. It was not a fragrance that could be smelled in the traditional sense, but a kind of divine sense fragrance that came directly from his soul and could only be perceived by his divine thought. This divine sense fragrance was captured by his divine thought. Then, he turned it slightly, merged it, and refined it. Immediately, he felt that his spirit was full, and his soul power was slightly increased and became more condensed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Almost instinctively, an extreme desire arose in his heart. He wanted to get closer and absorb more. He hurriedly moved his body and rushed in the direction of the fragrance. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, by Ziyue continued to sniff the fragrance. Indeed, he could sense that his soul force had increased. However, at the same time, he suddenly became vigilant. He was surprised and hurriedly suppressed the desire at the bottom of his heart. He stopped abruptly as well. What is this? It can directly enhance my soul power, and it can also arouse the instinctive desire in the bottom of my heart. Is it a treasure of heaven and earth, or a peerless treasure? Ziyue was a little shocked. The temptation of this divine sense fragrance was too great for him. If it weren't for the trace of vigilance in the depths of his heart, he reckoned that his mind would have been suppressed by greed, leaving him with only his instincts to act, which would lead to unimaginable consequences. Then he thought of something. Since this divine sense fragrance could work on him, could it also work on the demonic beasts around him? He quickly looked into the distance and immediately found that he was not the only one who was attracted by this. All the demonic beasts above the divine realm seemed to be in a riot. They all rushed in the same direction. On the contrary, the demonic beasts below the divine realm seemed to be ignorant and did not respond at all. This special fragrance directly affects one's soul. Only someone like me, who is at the divine realm or above, can refine and absorb it. The demonic beasts below the divine realm, whose demonic souls have not been refined and evolved, can't even detect the existence of this divine sense fragrance. Ziyue quickly came to a conclusion and became even more curious. What was the source of this fragrance? After thinking for a while, Ziyue couldn't help but approach carefully. As he approached, he slowly absorbed the spiritual force fragrance that permeated the void. It had been vigilant since the beginning, and soon it discovered the deity realm monsters that were rushing toward it. The black tiger great demon, the silver wolf great demon, the black rabbit great demon, the raging bull great demon. Even the great demons who were born to be enemies with each other did not seem to be offended when they were so close to each other. All of them rushed towards the source. Soon, Liu stepped into a mountain stream that was completely separated by two huge mountain peaks. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire mountain stream did not seem to be rich, but the spiritual sense fragrance here was extremely rich. At this place, Ziyue immediately discovered that there were even more demonic beasts entrenched in the mountain stream. Among them, there were even golden core demon lords. A giant tortoise, a giant elephant, a mountain bear, a seven-colored feathered bird. Liu was horrified. He resisted the urge to turn around and run away. Only then did he notice the source of all the spiritual sense fragrance. It was actually a flower that was slowly blooming. This flower was pure black. There were a total of 9 petals, and each petal was as tall as a person. They were closed together and were about to open. The rich spiritual sense fragrance was slowly dissipating from the slightly open slits. All the surrounding demonic beasts seemed to be absorbing the spiritual sense fragrance, so there was no immediate battle. Even those golden core demon lords were surrounding the giant flower. They seemed to be afraid of each other and did not act rashly. This is the elemental spirit flower? Ziyue's heart and mind trembled. He was extremely shocked. He had never seen the elemental spirit flower. In fact, he had never even heard of this kind of heaven and earth treasure. The reason why he knew this name was because in the 3 mountains and 9 rivers myriad elixir treasure record left by immortal Yojue, there was an introduction of a 5th grade elixir, which was also the only one, the elemental spirit pill. The main ingredient, which was also the most important ingredient, was the elemental spirit flower. Although it was just a brief introduction, with the emphasis on the effect of the elemental spirit pill, some of the descriptions of the elemental spirit flower vaguely matched with the one in front of him. Another thing worth mentioning was that according to the 3 mountains and 9 rivers myriad elixir treasure record, the elemental spirit flower had 9 petals. Only 1 petal could be used to refine the elemental spirit pill. The 9-petal elemental spirit flower could be divided into 9 times to refine 9 elemental spirit pills. If it's really the elemental spirit flower, perhaps even the demon ancestors of the primordial soul realm would be tempted. Ziyue suddenly realized how dangerous it was for him to come so close to this place. Even if he was 20 miles away from the real elemental spirit flower, and the nearest god realm great demon was 10 miles away, it was still very unsafe. Therefore, he hurriedly retreated until he was 50 miles away. Then, he carefully restrained his mind, concealed his aura, and landed on an inconspicuous mountaintop. He knew that the elemental spirit flower had not fully bloomed, so those demonic beasts were still safe. Once the elemental spirit flower fully bloomed and matured, it would definitely trigger a great war. It was not that he had not thought of obtaining the elemental spirit flower. Who would not want such a precious treasure? However, he knew very well that with so many great demons, demon lords, and possibly even demon ancestors of the primordial soul realm, there was no chance for him to obtain anything. Therefore, the reason why he stayed here was that he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the elemental spirit flower had not fully bloomed to carefully absorb the essence chi from it to strengthen his soul power. Of course, in his heart, he also had the idea of waiting for the elemental spirit flower to fully bloom. When the demonic beast broke out into a great war, he would conveniently harvest a wave of soul power. He also wanted to see how much soul power would he get from the death of a Golden Core Realm Demon Lord. 2 million? 3 million? Or 5 million? However, if it's just me, it will be rather conspicuous. Then, he frowned again. Even though he was extremely confident in his invisibility technique, he knew very well that his invisibility technique would not be able to hide from beings of the Golden Core Realm and above. Once he was discovered, and he was alone 50 miles away, he would instead arouse the suspicions of those existences. It was possible that they would casually launch an attack at him. Therefore, with a thought, he quickly summoned the great white tiger demon, Dali. The attraction of the elemental spirit flower was even greater for it. The moment it appeared, it roared slightly and was about to charge towards the mountain stream and get close to the elemental spirit flower. However, it was immediately suppressed by Ziyue's palm. It could only stay where it was and look into the distance sadly, silently absorbing the endless fragrance of the elemental spirit flower. As for Ziyue, he activated his invisibility technique to the maximum and sat cross-legged within the great white tiger demon's demon chi. If one did not deliberately check, it would be difficult to discover his existence. As such, he was slightly relieved and immersed himself in absorbing the endless essence chi from the elemental spirit flower. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Yue activated the 1 yuan Great Way, and the essence chi from the surrounding elemental spirit flower immediately flowed into his body along with the surging spiritual chi of heaven and earth and was completely absorbed and transformed by him. As for his soul power, it also increased rapidly along with the surging essence chi from the elemental spirit flower. His thoughts sped up, his senses strengthened, and the circulation of his cultivation technique became smoother. He could clearly feel the changes after his soul power was strengthened. The feeling of his entire mind and soul being in a state of numbness and rapid improvement made him extremely intoxicated. It's a pity that 50 miles away is still too far away. The essence chi from the elemental spirit flower is obviously not as rich as in the mountain stream. Ziyue's eyes flickered, and he opened his eyes slightly. At this time, when he looked into the mountain stream, he could clearly feel that the number of demonic beasts had obviously increased. Among them, the number of Golden Core Realm Monster Lords had increased from 5 to 8. The number of Deity Realm Monster Lords had also increased from 100 to 113. 8 Monster Lords and more than 100 Monster Lords. Once a battle breaks out, how shocking will it be? Ziyue's heart trembled, and he could not help but look forward to it. When he saw so many demonic beasts that were free in appearance and ugly in appearance, he could not help but feel that it was an eye-opener. The elemental spirit flower is about to fully bloom. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the elemental spirit flower, and his heart trembled slightly. At this time, the elemental spirit flower had 9 petals and 8 of them had already fully bloomed. Only the 9th petal was slightly closed and needed some time to fully bloom. However, even with that being the case, he was still able to clearly see the pitch-black, long flower cores that were exposed from within the origin spirit flower. Waves of dense essence chi rose rapidly as the heart of the flower swayed. After the surrounding Golden Core Realm Monster Lords absorbed more than half of the essence chi, the remaining essence chi dispersed and landed on the many Monster Lords. Only a small amount of essence chi was transmitted to the outside world and absorbed by Ziyue. Wait! Suddenly, Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze fell on the giant peaks on both sides of the mountain stream. A fox that was as tall as a human and covered in white fur was standing there. On the other side of the giant peak, a giant golden eagle was looking at the elemental spirit flower with its cold eyes. Elemental Spirit Realm Monster Lords? 2 Elemental Spirit Realm Monster Lords. Chapter 440. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and he was extremely shocked. Before this, he had not noticed at all that the two great primordial soul realm monstrous beasts had already appeared at the scene without making a sound. They were only 50 miles away from him. This distance was not far for primordial soul realm experts. Furthermore, the way the two primordial soul realm experts appeared without a sound made him understand that if they really wanted to attack him, he would not be able to resist at all. At this moment, the white fox seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head, and its green eyes suddenly swept towards Ziyue's direction. Ziyue was shocked, and cold sweat immediately dripped down his face. He was secretly regretting that he had approached the place where the demons gathered because of a moment of greed and put himself in danger. Just as he was hesitating about whether he should turn around and flee, he heard a shocking cry. Then he saw the giant golden eagle turn into a golden stream of light, like an eagle soaring into the sky, instantly swooping down to the ground from the sky. At the same time, the white fox also turned into a white shadow in a flash and descended rapidly. On the ground, the ninth petal of the primordial spirit flower also opened at a speed that seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. They had clearly planned that the moment they got close to the primordial spirit flower would be the moment when the primordial spirit flower fully matured. The timing was just right. Roar, roar, roar. In the mountain stream, the beasts roared at the same time, and each of their natal demonic techniques rushed out instantly. The 8 golden core realm beasts moved at the same time and rushed towards the primordial spirit flower. Wong, wong, wong. The ground suddenly shook at this moment. Earth Dragon Flip. A huge gray rat suddenly darted out from the ground. Its size was not large compared to the other great demons, but it was extremely violent and ferocious. The moment it rushed out, it directly grabbed the rainbow-winged bird and tore it apart viciously, blood splattered across the sky. A golden core realm demon was directly torn into 2 halves. The rainbow-winged bird let out a sorrowful cry, and its golden core flashed. It used the power of its soul to drive the golden core and fled into the distance. However, there were too many demons gathered here. Not only were there enemies, but there were also primordial soul realm demon ancestors. Its golden core had only rushed 3 meters when it was covered by a demonic technique. Then, the golden eagle flew past and pecked with its sharp beak. Chi! The golden core instantly shattered. The first golden core realm demon beast had fallen. The white fox's speed was very fast. Although it was slightly slower than the golden eagle, it almost reached the primordial spirit flower at the same time. Before it could charge over, its life demon treasure had already rushed out. Its natal fey treasure was a flying sword. It was a small and exquisite flying sword that was completely black. Compared to its white fur, it gave off a feeling of black and white contrasting with black and white. In a flash, the head of the golden core realm demon beast was cut into 2. The flying sword was incomparably sharp, and there was even sword chi that soared into the heavens. The silver snake's golden core didn't even have time to rush out before its life force was extinguished by the sword chi. Boom! The huge body of the silver snake demon lord fell heavily to the ground. The second golden core realm demon beast was dead. The giant tortoise's head, which resembled a dragon's, was covered in scales. Its yellowish-brown eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Its body was still on the spot, but its head was stretched out at an extremely fast speed. It quickly bit off a petal of the primordial spirit flower. As it retracted its neck, it rushed out without thinking. Rumble. At the same time, various attacks had already landed on its body. However, the defense of the giant tortoise's shell was almost unparalleled in the world. Few in the same realm could shake it. Mysterious light flashed on its shell. It was as immovable as a mountain. It withstood the countless attacks and opened up a path for it to escape. At this moment, the giant tortoise's speed was not slow at all. It refreshed many demons' understanding of its slow speed. Immediately after, a spirit monkey suddenly shot out and rushed to the front of the primordial spirit flower. It stretched out its front paw, and a layer of green fluorescent light was emitted. It wanted to grab the entire primordial spirit flower. Compared to the giant tortoise, it was obviously much greedier and appeared to be very crazy. "You are courting death." The golden eagle was furious. A wind blade was released from its golden wings. "Ignorant!" The giant gray rat sneered. A dim light suddenly shone in its eyes. "Natal demonic technique, short-sighted rat." The white fox's long fur at the corner of its mouth trembled slightly. When it attacked, it was even more ruthless. The flying sword instantly shot out. Chi! 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 Before the fluorescent light in the hands of the spirit monkey could touch the primordial spirit flower, its entire body, from top to bottom, was minced into a pile of minced meat. Even the golden core in its body was crushed and completely annihilated. The third golden core realm demon beast had fallen. Then the golden eagle, the white fox, and the gray rat, the three primordial soul realm demon ancestors, attacked one after another. They each took 2 primordial spirit flowers and flew away. At this point, there were only 2 primordial spirit flowers left, including the one taken by the giant tortoise. Boom! 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 Instantly, all the demon beasts became even crazier. Violent attacks landed instantly as they tried their best to snatch the remaining 2 primordial spirit flower petals. The ground collapsed, and the mountains and rivers moved. It was as if a hole was going to be created in the sky. It was extremely violent. However, their attacks all carefully avoided the location of the primordial spirit flower, displaying excellent control over their attacks. The attacks landed on the bodies of the other demonic beasts, causing even more rumbling sounds to be heard. After the 3 primordial soul realm demon ancestors left, the battle became even more intense. Spiritual energy plus 356, 9523, plus 4852242, 5324, plus 625. Ziyue was dumbfounded when he saw the values of the spiritual energy increase continuously flashing before his eyes. In fact, he had a premonition that if the golden core realm demon lords fell, the value of his spiritual energy would be extremely terrifying. However, when he saw 3 golden core realm demon lords fall consecutively in front of him, that kind of shock still moved him. Is this the power of a primordial soul realm powerhouse? They are too strong and too violent. Those golden core realm demon beasts that seemed extremely powerful to me were completely helpless in front of them. Ziyue was shocked, and he quickly looked at his attributes panel. Optimizing data, please wait. A look of realization appeared on his face. He had already expected that when his spiritual energy exceeded 10 million points, his attribute panel would definitely be upgraded again. This time, the 3 golden core realm demon lords fell together and directly brought him more than 10 million points of spiritual energy. In addition to the 8 million points that he had previously, it was far more than 10 million points. It was very normal for the attribute panel to have such a change. Of course, although the attribute panel upgrade made him happy, he did not forget that he was discovered by the primordial soul realm demon fox previously. Thus, he immediately retreated and left his original location. He hid at least 80 miles away before carefully concealing himself. He noticed that the 3 primordial soul realm demon ancestors had left. While he heaved a sigh of relief, he could not help but laugh at himself. At best, he was just an early-stage god realm cultivator. How powerful were the primordial soul realm demon ancestors? When they saw him, they would probably treat him as an ant and would not care at all. If they could not find him, they would not waste their efforts to deliberately do anything to him. Boom! 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 The void exploded and heaven and earth trembled. In the following battle, it was difficult for him to see the battle in the mountain stream clearly because of his position. He could only hear the thunder and the rolling dark clouds. As the remaining 2 petals of the primordial spirit flower were taken away by the 2 gold core realm demonic monarchs, the sounds of the battle died down completely. Then, After a small conflict broke out, the Gold Core Realm demonic monarchs and Divine Realm demonic monarchs rushed out of the battlefield. Ziyue waited for about 2 hours on the spot before he officially stepped into the mountain stream battlefield. What entered his eyes was the shattered mountains and rivers and the scene of devastation. It was all proof of the intensity of the previous battle. Ziyue walked carefully along the mountain stream. The ground was stained with blood, and there were even pieces of demon beast fur in front of him. Indeed, even though more than 3 Golden Core Realm demon lords have perished in this battle, their flesh and demon cores are even more nourishing for other demon beasts. It is almost impossible for me to pick up scraps. Ziyue frowned slightly. He felt a little regretful, but not disappointed, because soon he came to the place where the primordial soul flower was. He looked around and his eyes lit up. He waved his hand slightly, and a palm-sized round piece of green copper fell into his hand. Fortunately, at least we didn't come out empty-handed. Ziyue glanced at the green copper and was delighted. When he was watching the battle previously, he happened to see that when the white fox took out the flying sword to kill the silver snake demon lord, something fell out with its body and flew out quickly. When he saw that the battlefield was so clean that it seemed to have been deliberately cleaned, he was actually a little worried that the thing he saw would be found by other demon lords and taken away. Fortunately, the green copper did not have a strong aura and there was no spiritual light. When it flew out, it was very hidden. Therefore, it was missed and picked up by him. No matter what, something that a Golden Core Realm demon lord carries around is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Ziyue's gaze fell on the location where the primordial soul flower was. Perhaps because the 9 petals of the primordial soul flower had been plucked away, the branches and leaves had withered. It was like a piece of rotten wood that had been blown by endless wind and frost for thousands of years. As it fluttered in the wind, it turned into powder. Soon, after confirming that there was no more harvest in the surroundings, Ziyue hurriedly turned into a flash of lightning and quickly left step by step. Chapter 441. The soil where the primordial spirit flower grew, in fact, had its own mysteries. It was a high-grade earth attribute spiritual object. However, after the primordial spirit flower was born, its spirituality had been completely exhausted. Even if it still had some mysteries, it would take at least thousands of years to recover. Therefore, Ziyue did not hesitate to give up the collection and left directly. Ziyue kept rushing all the way. On the way, he met a few big demons of the God Realm, and above were rushing back to their cave residences. Because of the death of the demonic beasts, the empty spiritual veins were snatched by other big demons of the God Realm. Ziyue avoided them one by one and did not bother them. Then, he took out the green copper. Although the green copper is surprisingly hard, it doesn't seem to be a magic treasure. Ziyue looked at the green copper silently and frowned slightly. He could not help but use his divine thought to check it. After a slight obstruction, a sudden message rushed into his mind. Jade map eyes? This green copper is actually a thing that records information like the jade map eyes? Ziyue opened his eyes wide and was a little stunned. He was very surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, he could not help but show a hint of understanding on his face. This demonic beast's strength had reached the spirit-detecting realm, and its intelligence had been greatly increased. It was equivalent to a human child. When it reached the God Realm, it was not weaker than an adult. Demonic beasts that could reach the Gold Core Realm naturally did not rely on their instincts to cultivate. It was very normal that there would be things like the Jade Map eyes that recorded information. He began to silently comprehend the information recorded in the green copper. Soon, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. It seems to be a kind of demon clan language recorded in it. It is completely different from the common language of the ancient Barren region. However, from some of the lines, it seems to be a demon clan cultivation method. Ziyue was slightly stunned and a little curious in his heart. However, he did not understand the demon clan language. By the way, Udali may know something. In addition, I remember that Immortal Yojue has done some research on some ancient languages. There may be some records about the demon clan language. Baiziwa thought to himself as he hurriedly summoned Hudali. As for himself, he rummaged through his storage pouch and quickly found some records related to the ancient text left behind by Taoist Lu Ju. After a round of comparison, he sighed in disappointment. What Taoist master Lu Ju was researching was a type of text called Tao text that pointed directly to the Great Tao. It was said to be the language of the ancient experts in the primordial era. Every text naturally contained the mighty power of the Great Tao. It was said that there were experts who were proficient in this language, who could directly form words with a brush. The combination of words could unleash a powerful attack. Literature could kill enemies. Words could wipe out armies. A single volume of literature could transform into a great formation that could subdue demons and slay demons. However, there were no records of the demon race among them. Master Hudali quickly rushed out of the Yao ceiling pagoda. Seeing that there were no enemies around, he quickly looked at Ziyue with respect. Do you demons have written records as well? Do you understand this demon language? Ziyue glanced at it and asked directly, Demonic language? I've only heard of its existence, but I've never really learned it. It said that only when one's strength reaches a certain level, or when one offers a great treasure and obtains the recognition of the demon lord, one may be rewarded and learn this demon language. I was ignorant for the first 30 years in the Thousand Peaks Ridge. I only had the chance to meet the gold-armored demon lord at the time in the 30th year and learned of this news. However, great treasures were hard to find. Soon after, I met the black-patterned leopard and became its sworn enemy. Then, I fled thousands of miles away and came to the Thousand Demons Forest. Therefore, I didn't learn the demon language. Hudali was slightly puzzled, but he did not dare to hide it and quickly said, Is that so? Ziyue glanced at Hudali and frowned. It seemed that the demon race's ban on the language was more serious than he had imagined. It was also because there were many demons and most of them were talented and strong that they could protect themselves. Otherwise, they would have been like his previous life where their living place was invaded by humans. They lost their homes and were on the verge of extinction. They could only be locked in cages and watched by others. It seems that I can only wait until I get out of the 100,000 mountains and see if there are any cultivators who are proficient in this, or if I have a chance to learn this demon language. Ziyue was indeed interested in this demon cultivation technique. Now, that even Hudali did not understand the demon language and was illiterate, he could only think of other ways. Then, he put Hudali back into the demon, subduing pagoda, and put away the green copper for the time being. Then, he turned into a stream of light and began his journey again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Ziyue rose during the day and rested during the day. He traveled during the day and was very careful. He tried his best to avoid entering the vicinity of spirit veins of grade 3 and above. At night, he would hide in a secluded place in an abandoned cave or in an underground cave that he dug himself. He cultivated silently, looked at the jade slips, comprehended the profoundness of some cultivation techniques, and comprehended the method to cast some spells. If he saw something exquisite, it would make him very excited. He could not see his cultivation progress when the attribute panel was upgraded, but he estimated that with his foundation, he would be able to reach the beginner level of spells at the aperture opening realm in 1 or 2 hours. 5 or 6 hours, he would be able to cultivate to the small success level. His progress was very fast. However, during this period, he spent most of his time looking at jade slips related to weapon refinement and alchemy, especially in the area of weapon refinement. Refining a natal magic treasure did not necessarily require one to be proficient in weapon refinement techniques. After all, natal magic treasures relied more on the nurturing of one's own divine sense. As one's strength increased, the grade of the natal magic treasure would increase. But if one understood the way of weapon refinement, the strength, potential, and power of the magic treasure would naturally be greatly enhanced by smelting the same materials. For example, the natal magic treasures refined by some demonic beasts were of very good quality. but because they did not understand the way of weapon refinement and only smelted it instinctively. The resulting natal magic treasure was not only coarse in appearance, but also very weak in power. Its natural power and potential were far inferior to the magic treasures refined by cultivators who were proficient in weapon refinement. Ziyue's trip to the 100,000 Mountains this time was very fruitful. With various spiritual materials in hand and the demon bone of a great demon in the primordial soul realm, naturally his requirements were correspondingly higher. He wanted to refine a natal magic treasure that could be rated as top-notch in terms of material, potential, and power. At the very least, it had to be able to match the power of his divine sense and not become his weakness. In this way, half a month passed. All of a sudden, Bai Ziyue was slightly startled. His figure flashed past like a phantom and stopped on a flat ground. Then he stretched out his hand, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. Broken sword. This broken sword should have been a middle-tier spirit artifact. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been broken by some kind of powerful attack. Furthermore, it hasn't been broken for too long. At most, it should have only been broken for a month. Those who use middle-grade spiritual weapons are generally cultivators in the Aperture Awakening realm. And in the dangerous 100,000 Mountains, except for the periphery, no Aperture Awakening realm cultivators would dare to step into it. So, I'm almost out of the 100,000 Mountains? Ziyue analyzed, but his face was full of extreme joy. The broken sword was naturally not the reason for his joy. What really made him happy was that since a broken sword appeared here, it meant that he had come from one side of the 100,000 Mountains to the other side and had once again reached the periphery of the mountains. In more than 30 days, a month, I've crossed the 100,000 Mountains, traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, and traveled at least 30,000 miles. Am I finally out? Ziyue was very excited. Only when one had truly experienced it would they know how difficult it was. Along the way, he had been very careful, but he had narrowly escaped death many times. When he was in the Aperture Awakening realm, he encountered the flying Thunder Beast and was chased by it for 800 miles. After breaking through to the God realm, he took advantage of the disturbance caused by the breakthrough to attract the gold-armored Demon Monarch. He was even bolder and robbed the Demon Monarch's cave abode. The most dangerous moment was when the primordial spirit flower bloomed, and he was discovered by the primordial spirit realm Demon Monarch, the White Fox Demon Monarch. If the primordial spirit flower had not bloomed completely at that time, and the White Fox Demon did not pay much attention to him, the consequences would have been unpredictable. After that, even if he was trembling with fear and careful, it was not smooth sailing. When he passed by a 4th-grade spirit vein, he happened to encounter a battle between 2 demon monarchs. He fled 100 miles away before he managed to avoid it. In a plain, there was a hidden killing intent. When triggered, the power of restriction was triggered, and the wind blades were extremely powerful. With his defensive power, he could block at most 3 times. He went around for 700 miles before he successfully passed through. There was also a weak water pond that was born with the power to prohibit flying. Any creature that crossed it would instantly fall, sink into the weak water, and turn into bones. He sensed the danger in advance with his spiritual perception. After several probing, he was lucky to escape. Of course, in addition to his many gains from crossing the 100,000 great mountains this time, his horizons were greatly broadened. He saw steep and strange mountains, surging rivers, and in a fragrant flower valley, he saw hundreds of flowers blooming at the same time and countless flying saucers gathered. When he passed by a huge, undulating mountain range that stretched for nearly 1,000 miles, he deeply felt the majestic aura of the 5th-grade spirit vein. Every time he thought about it, he was filled with emotions. He felt that this was also a kind of consolidation and accumulation for himself. It was a kind of consolidation for his heart that was gradually becoming empty because of his breakthrough. It also made him feel reverence in his heart. It also made him want to work hard and conquer all the dangers in this place. I wonder where I will be after I leave the 100,000 great mountains this time. Zu's heart spun. He was inexplicably looking forward to it, but also a little melancholy. He would always be a little worried when he stepped into a new place rashly. But soon, his face turned solemn and became calm again. His strength had reached the peak of the ancient desolate region. Although there were many experts in the outer region, he was confident that he would be able to gain a firm foothold with his own means. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly used shrinking earth to an inch and took a step forward. Whoosh! He quickly leaped forward. Along the way, he found that the surrounding spiritual energy was obviously weaker than in the depths of the 100,000 great mountains. In terms of the terrain, it was gradually smoother. There were less ups and downs and more flatness. The density of demonic beasts and the probability of appearing at the spirit-detecting realm and above also decreased to a certain extent. Suddenly, Zu's eyes lit up. Chapter 442. Quick, don't let it escape. This green fox blood is something the elder needs, and is one of the main ingredients to refine the scarlet blood pill. We can't miss it. Don't worry. Although the green fox is nimble, it can't escape my trap. Be careful. This green fox demon has been cultivating for almost 100 years and is not far from the spirit-detecting realm. Its innate demonic arts are best at charming people. In a secluded part of the forest, a 3-foot-long green fox was running wildly. Behind it were 2 cultivators, one in front and one behind. They had divine movement talismans on their bodies and were using light body techniques to chase after it. Soon, the young cultivator in the lead was within 100 feet of the green fox demon. He waved his hand, and a white net-like magic treasure flew out and covered the green fox demon. The green fox demon was terrified, and a pink mist appeared on its body. In an instant, it turned into a very seductive woman in revealing clothes. The pink mist rushed toward the young cultivator and was sucked in. His breathing became rough, and a trace of blood came out of his nose and mouth. He didn't have the heart to hurt the seductive woman. The magic treasure he had just shot out paused, and he retreated to the side. Lord! An incomparably lazy aura spread out. The seductive woman quickly walked to the side of the young cultivator. She lowered her eyes, and a trace of shyness appeared on her face, causing the young cultivator to become infatuated with her. Little girl, the young cultivator's eyes were red, and he looked like he had lost his mind. Lord, my chest hurts. The seductive woman lowered her head shyly, but there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. Her lowered hands turned into a pair of furry claws. Big brother, be careful. At this moment, the beautiful female cultivator behind him turned pale with fright. The small knife in her hand turned into a ray of cold light, and she immediately rushed out. The young cultivator was awakened by the sound and quickly retreated, but it was too late. The 2 furry claws flashed by like a cold light. He was shocked and angry, and a trace of despair appeared in his heart. No, the female cultivator's face was pale, and she was extremely flustered. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the green fox demon. He reached out a hand and grabbed the green fox demon's head. Instantly, he grabbed the green fox demon's neck and sealed all the demon chi on its body. Chi! Immediately after, the female cultivator's flying dagger flashed and rushed over. Be careful. The female cultivator's heart relaxed at first, but then it changed, revealing a trace of anxiety. With her strength, it was simply impossible for her to control the direction of this flying dagger in a hurry. However, the figure that suddenly appeared did not seem to care about the flying dagger at all. With a slight turn of his other hand, he stretched out his fingertips and lightly flicked the flying dagger. Bang! The flying dagger immediately flew backwards and fell to the ground like a feather. The female cultivator was dumbfounded. One had to know that the flying dagger she had just used was a supreme-grade Dharma weapon. In order to save her brother, she had even activated the power of the flying dagger to the extreme. Even an Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivator would have to be careful when facing such an all-out attack. However, The other party had only flicked his finger and it had been flicked away. She did not even feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power from the other party. In other words, the other party's finger had relied purely on the power of his physical body. The power of a finger. A look of reverence immediately appeared on her pretty face. The seemingly young cultivator in front of her was definitely an expert. He had a strong physical body and was a powerful cultivator above the aperture in lightning realm. I'm alive. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on the young cultivator's forehead, and he felt that he had survived a disaster. Then he noticed the indifferent figure standing in front of him. He was shocked and hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, my life would have been lost in the hands of this beast." "Senior, thank you for saving us." The pretty female cultivator hurriedly walked forward and said respectfully, "It's just a small matter." Ziyue smiled and said, the person who had saved the young cultivator was undoubtedly Ziyue. While he was on his way, he had also used the big hole observation technique to check the surroundings. Instantly, he discovered the figures of the male and female immortal spell cultivators. The two of them were in the 8th and 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, so he naturally did not take them seriously. However, in a situation where he was unfamiliar with the place, he really needed to find someone to ask about some information about this place. In addition, he had not seen anyone for a long time, so he was a little excited, which was why he approached them. He first observed them and confirmed that they spoke the same language as him, but there was a big difference in their accents. In terms of sound range, they were somewhat similar to spiritual master Su San and the others of the Celestial Spirit sect, so he confirmed that there were no obstacles in communication. He could also easily change his accent to be similar to theirs. That was why he suddenly appeared at the critical moment when the other party was in danger. Naturally, he captured this green fox demon, who was at the peak of the Qi refinement realm and was about to break through to the spirit detecting realm. "I am Qiu Yue Piao, and this is my elder brother, Qiu Dingwei. We are both disciples of the Qiu family, a cultivation family in Xinghe Town, 80 miles away. This time, because the family is preparing to participate in the Qingshu Summit, which is held once in a decade, and needs to gather materials, I secretly came to the periphery of the 100,000 Mountains with my elder brother to hunt this green fox demon, who knew that its strength was far beyond our imagination. If you hadn't helped us just now, our situation would have been really dangerous. Therefore, I am very grateful for your kindness." The beautiful female cultivator, Qiu Yue Piao, looked sincere. She bowed to Ziyue with a grateful look. "Qiu Yue Piao? Qiu Dingwei?" Ziyue was slightly stunned. He felt that these two names seemed to have a deeper meaning. On the other hand, he accepted the other party's bow calmly. This time, it was indeed a piece of cake for him. However, if he hadn't acted, the young cultivator would have been in grave danger. The female cultivator was alone in this dangerous forest, but she was also in great danger. It was very normal for her to bow to show her respect, even if she did not repay the kindness of saving her life. "How should I address you, Senior?" Qiu Dingwei, who was at the side, also said respectfully after bowing. "My name? You can call me Taoist Kunlun," Ziyue said with a smile. Then he looked at the motionless green fox demon in his hand and said, "This green fox demon is of no use to me, so I'll return it to you as a gift for our first meeting." "This? Senior, you're really too polite." Qiu Dingwei hesitated slightly and was even a little excited. He seemed to be a little incoherent. "Senior Kunlun, we are already very grateful to you for saving us. If we accept your gift," Qiu Yue Piao, who was at the side, was also a little frightened. "Take it. I also have something I want to ask you." Ziyue waved his hand and said in a casual tone, but there was a trace of indisputable meaning. The brother and sister were shocked and did not dare to refuse, so they took the green fox demon. With Ziyue's means, the green fox demon was bound tightly. It would be impossible for it to break free within 3 to 5 days, so there was no need to worry about it escaping. Therefore, Ziyue asked, "Where's this place? How far is it from the purple teal mountains of the firmament territory?" The Purple Teal Mountains was where the Celestial Spirit sect was located. He had promised Fan Xingyu and Zhao Yuer that he would meet them again in the Firmament territory. If possible, he naturally did not want to break his promise. Besides, he knew the Firmament territory the most about the other places besides the ancient Barren territory. Therefore, he asked this question. This place also belongs to the Firmament territory, but it is very far from the Purple Teal Mountains that you mentioned. The place we are in is called the Cloud-Piercing Mountains, which is located in the westernmost part of the Qingyang Lake. It is adjacent to the Gusha Mountains and stretches for thousands of miles. Several spiritual veins with abundant spiritual qi are occupied by the four celestial sects. In the outside world, they are called the Cloud-Piercing Four Sects. This place belongs to the Qingshu sect, one of the four sects of the Cloud-Piercing Four Sects. Qiu Yuepiao did not dare to hesitate and quickly explained. So we are near the Cloud-Piercing Mountains. Ziyue's face showed a hint of understanding. With the help of spiritual master Lu Ju's collection, some oral information from spiritual master Su San, and a lot of information about the outer territory, he actually had some understanding of the Firmament territory. At this time, he also remembered the location of the Cloud-Piercing Mountains. Knowing that this place was at least 100,000 miles away from the Purple Teal Mountains, he was a little startled and hesitated. "Senior, didn't you enter the 100,000 mountains from around here?" Qiu Dingyue asked doubtfully. If he entered the 100,000 mountains from around here, he should not be unfamiliar with the surrounding places. Qiu Yuepiao, who was at the side, was shocked when she heard this. She carefully looked at Ziyue. Ziyue did not care about Qiu Dingyue's question. Based on what Qiu Dingyue had said, he casually made up an identity and said, "I am a rogue cultivator in the Gusha Mountains. I am somewhat good at alchemy. Some time ago, I happened to get a pill formula that could help me break through the alchemy level. However, there was a missing ingredient that was hard to find. When I heard the news, I hurriedly entered the 100,000 mountains to search. Unfortunately, my luck was not good. I encountered a group of demonic beasts that were rioting. In a panic, I lost my way. Unknowingly, he had wandered around in there for almost a month before he finally found the path and walked out of it. I did not expect to deviate so far. I actually crossed the Cloud-Piercing Mountains from the Gusha Mountains." Chapter 443. He did not want to reveal his identity as a member of the ancient Barren region. The reason why he wanted to explain himself was to give a reasonable explanation for why he was here. Rogue cultivator? Alchemist? Qiu Yuepiao's eyes lit up. She said carefully, "This place is quite far from Gusha mountain range. If you're not in a hurry to go back, why don't you stay here for a while? It just so happens that after a period of time, the Qingsu sect will organize the Qingsu Summit once every 10 years. For the cultivators in the surrounding thousands of kilometers, it can be considered a grand occasion. Senior might as well participate in it. If you don't have a place to stay, why don't you come with us to Xinghe Town?" "That's right. Senior, you're not familiar with this place. It'll be inconvenient for you. Why don't you come back with us? We can be your guides and save you some trouble." Qiu Dingyue, who was standing by the side, hurriedly opened his mouth and cautiously said, "If so, I will have to trouble you." Ziyue thought for a while and nodded in agreement. The reason why he showed up was because he wanted to find a place to stay. After all, he knew nothing about this place. If he barged in recklessly, he might cause some unnecessary trouble. Since Qiu Dingyue had suggested it, he naturally agreed. Soon, the three of them turned around and walked out of the 100,000 mountains. They went straight to a town by the river. Xinghe Town, although it was called a town, covered a large area. There were hundreds of thousands of people, more than a county. Most of the people in Xinghe Town had the surname Qiu. There were a few people who did not have a surname Qiu, but they were all related to the Qiu family. It could be said that this place was the private property of the Qiu family. It was more appropriate to say that it was named after the Qiu family town. Another thing worth mentioning was that it was different from the ancient Barren region, where each region belonged to a country. Most of the people in the Firmament territory belonged to the immortal cultivation sects. For example, Xinghe Town was under the jurisdiction of the Qiu family, so the law enforcement and safety of the town were under the Chiu family's jurisdiction. Not far from Xinga Town were Ancient Bronze Town and Full Moon Town, which were under the jurisdiction of the Wang family and the Zhang family respectively. However, the Chiu clan, the Wang clan, the Zhang clan, and the surrounding immortal cultivation clans were all led by the Qingshu sect. Therefore, in terms of subordination, the mortals all considered themselves as Qingshu sect subordinates. Once they ran into trouble that they could not solve, or if there was a powerful demonic beast causing trouble, they could report it to the Qingshu sect. Naturally, the Qingshu sect disciples would come and deal with it. On the other hand, the immortal cultivation clans within this sphere of influence would have to pay a certain amount of taxes and resources every once in a while. At the same time, they would also have to cooperate with the Qingshu sect's disciples to verify their mortal aptitude and enter the Dao Palace to learn immortal cultivation methods and become official disciples of the Qingshu sect. After all, immortal cultivation clans mainly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, most of the Chiu clan's immortal cultivation clans were separated from the mortals and lived in a mountain not far from Xinga Town. This mountain was a superior grade 2 spiritual vein. It was shrouded in a formation and surrounded by clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Ziyue was new here, so naturally, it was not appropriate for him to use his divine thought directly. Therefore, he followed the siblings to the foot of the mountain gate. "Senior, please." Qiu Yuepiao respectfully led Ziyue into the formation. Then, she quickly said to the two gray-robed disciples guarding the gate, "Quickly inform the family head that there is a distinguished guest. This is a senior expert who is good at refining elixirs." Qiu Dinghua also quickly said, "Yes." The two of them were a little hesitant at first, but when they heard this, they were shocked and quickly responded. Then, they turned around and rushed up the mountain. In just a moment, a figure in a green robe quickly flew down from the mountain. He flew across the sky on his sword and appeared in front of Ziyue and the others in the blink of an eye. This person was an immortal cultivation clan's cultivator in the late aperture enlightening realm. "Greetings, family head." Qiu Yuepiao and Qiu Dinghua quickly bowed slightly. However, the person did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he looked at Ziyue. His originally calm expression quickly changed to one of shock and uncertainty. After a while, he hesitantly bowed and said, "Junior Qiu Dashang greets Senior. I didn't know that Senior would be coming. I apologize for not going out to welcome you." "Senior?" Qiu Yuepiao and Qiu Dinghua were instantly shocked and looked at Ziyue in disbelief. Their family head was an immortal cultivation clan's cultivator in the late aperture enlightening realm. His strength was one of the best within 100 miles. In the early days, he even established a chamber of commerce of the Super God Alliance. He had the title of Dashang Alliance Leader outside and had a certain reputation in Blood Mountain City. Since he could be called senior, he was definitely not as simple as an enlightening realm cultivator. Above the enlightening realm was the God realm. Could he be an expert in the God realm? Thinking of this, they were suddenly shocked. Previously, when they called him senior, they thought that he was just an enlightening realm cultivator like their family head. They did not expect that his real strength was far beyond their imagination. When they thought of what he said before, that he got lost in innumerable huge mountains and walked out again after more than a month, they suddenly understood. If he did not have powerful means above the God realm, how could he survive in the innumerable huge mountains, which was full of dangers and demonic beasts, for more than a month? "Family head Qiu, you are too polite." Ziyue waved his hand slightly and said with a relaxed expression, "Please come in." Qiu Dashang did not dare to neglect. He maintained a respectful attitude and hurriedly led Ziyue straight to the reception room. Qiu Dinghua and Qiu Yuepiao followed behind obediently, no longer as calm as before. "Senior, how should I address you? Where is the immortal mountain?" After inviting Ziyue to take a seat, Qiu Dashang, the family head of the Qiu family, greeted him respectfully. "I call myself Kunlun. You can call me Kunlun Taoist." As for the Immortal Mountain, I am just a rogue cultivator. How can I call it the Immortal Mountain? I just travel around the world to look for opportunities. Ziyue waved his hand and said, Senior Kunlun, you not only have amazing strength, but also are a brilliant alchemist. This time, you just came out of the innumerable huge mountains and saw us hunting the green fox demon. You were in danger, so you took action. When Xiao Dingwei saw that Bai Ziyue had been kind, he let go of the uneasiness in his heart and hurriedly explained the process in detail. Ziyue smiled faintly. Of course, he was happy to have someone to explain for him. Xiao Dasang nodded slightly, and his eyes flickered. In fact, he was a little suspicious about Ziyue's sudden appearance and coincidental rescue of the two siblings. It was too much of coincidence. However, when he thought of Lin Fan's identity and strength, he thought that Lin Fan would not have any designs on the small Qiu family. He was slightly relieved and hurriedly continued to flatter him. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. I just don't know how good your alchemy skills are. By the way, I haven't thanked you for saving my two reckless nephews. With that, Qiu Dasang bowed again politely. It's nothing. Family head Qiu, you don't have to be so polite. On the contrary, I came here rashly. If I have been rude, please don't take it to heart. Bai Ziyue tilted his body to the side to avoid Lin Mengya's salute. Earlier, he had accepted Qiu Yue Piao and Qiu Dingyue's greetings. That was because he had indeed saved their lives. However, he did not feel any gratitude towards Qiu Dasang. The two siblings were also not his blood relatives. Thus, he naturally could not accept such a grand greeting. Then he said, As for alchemy, I do have some experience. If the ingredients are ready, the enlightenment elixir can also be refined. In this aspect, he was very confident. Long before he broke through to the enlightenment realm, he already had the strength of an advanced second-grade alchemist. He even had the experience of successfully refining the enlightenment elixir. Although it had been some time, his alchemy skills did not fall behind. Instead, because of the accumulation of time, he became more brilliant. Especially in the 100,000 Mountains, he had studied alchemy. In addition to his own foundation, he had already cultivated the Nine Suns alchemy technique, which was a technique that could directly lead him to become a third-grade alchemist, which was given to him by spiritual master Lu Ju. Although he was only an advanced second-grade alchemist, he was confident that after the property panel was upgraded, he could upgrade his alchemy skills to the advanced third grade in a short time. Naturally, he had endless confidence in refining the enlightenment elixir. The enlightenment elixir? You can refine the enlightenment elixir? Qiu Dasang suddenly stood up, looked at Ziyue in disbelief, and exclaimed. The enlightenment elixir was an important resource for a cultivator family to develop steadily and survive for a long time. Because there was no enlightenment elixir, if the Qiu family's disciples wanted to break through to the enlightenment realm, they either had to spend a lot of resources to exchange with the Qingshu sect, or they could only let the talented disciples in the family join the Qingshu sect and become their disciples. If the Qiu family's disciples joined the Qingshu sect, they could borrow some strength in some aspects, but it was like drinking poison to quench thirst. It was really a waste of the family's development. If they had the enlightenment elixir themselves, Qiu Yue Piao and Qiu Dingwei were also shocked and extremely moved. They naturally knew the preciousness of the enlightenment elixir, especially when one of them was at level 8 of the Qi refining stage, and the other was at level 9 of the Qi refining stage. They were preparing to break through to the enlightenment realm. Their breathing became rapid in an instant. They immediately looked at Ziyue with great enthusiasm and exclaimed in their hearts, Who is this senior in front of us? He is young and handsome, but his strength is incomparably high, and he is also an alchemist who is good at refining elixirs. To be able to refine the enlightenment elixir, he must be at least an advanced second-grade alchemist or even a third-grade alchemist. Is he also a third-grade alchemist? Chapter 444. In the face of Qiu Dasang and the others' shock and disbelief, Bai Ziyue only smiled indifferently. Immediately, they believed him. A Divine Realm cultivator was enough to attract people's attention. If this Divine Realm expert was also proficient in alchemy and could refine the Orifice Enlightening Elixir, even the Qingshu sect would attach great importance to him and treat him as a distinguished guest. Therefore, Qiu Dashang's gaze towards Bai Ziyue became even more fervent. He quickly said, "Senior Kunlun, what are your plans in the future? If you don't mind, the Qiu family would like to invite you to live in our Qiu family as our guest elder. Not only is your status not inferior to mine, but our Qiu family will also not place any restrictions on you. You will also be able to enjoy our Qiu family's various resources without doing anything. Your treatment is definitely the best, even better than mine. Thank you for your kindness, Master Qiu. However, I don't plan to join a cultivation family for the time being." Ziyue shook his head and interrupted him. Cultivation families were mainly based on family power, and they were actually a little xenophobic to cultivators with different surnames. In addition, the Qiu family was too small, and the strongest cultivator was only at the late stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm. If he joined them, he would become a nanny, which would affect his cultivation. Of course, he wouldn't consider it. Then I wonder if our Qiu family can ask you to refine elixirs for us? Of course, you will be satisfied with the reward. Qiu Dasang seemed to have expected Ziyue's refusal, so he didn't care at all. His real purpose was not to invite him to join the Qiu family. Of course, if Bai Ziyue agreed to become the great elder of the Qiu family, it would be great. With a Divine Realm expert, who was also an alchemist, as their backer, the Qiu family would not be at a disadvantage. They wouldn't suffer any loss. Moreover, if Ziyue refused to join the Qiu family, he estimated that Ziyue would be more likely to agree if he asked him to refine elixirs for him again. This was, in fact, part of his experience in dealing with people, and more importantly, it was a kind of worldly wisdom. As long as the materials are ready, I can refine elixirs for you. I should be staying in the cloud-piercing mountain range for a while. Ziyue glanced at the other party and roughly guessed some of the other party's thoughts. He didn't mind and directly nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Senior Kunlun." Qiu Dashang's face lit up as he hurriedly said, "Oh, that's right. I've mentioned the Clear Void Summit to you, two fellow Taoists, before. Are there any restrictions on the participants?" Then, Bai Ziyu asked in a seemingly casual manner. This Qingsu Summit is actually a grand meeting specially organized by the Qingsu sect, one of the 4 sects of the cloud-piercing sect. It is held once every 10 years. Not only would there be countless cultivator clans, rogue cultivators, and various cultivation forces within the Qingshu sect selling their specialties, there would also be an auction organized by the Qingshu sect. There were many good things in the auction. Not only were there cultivation methods that directly lead to the Jindan stage, there were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but there were also powerful magic treasures, a mountain-protecting formation specially made by a 3rd-grade array master, 2nd-grade and 3rd-grade elixirs with different functions, powerful talismans. In the last auction, there was even a 9-star god token. Now, there was only half a month left until the next 10 years festival. So, in a few days, we will set off with the nearby Wang and Zhang families to Blood Mountain City to participate in this Qingsu Summit. That's right, this Blood Mountain City is a city close to the Qingshu sect. It's almost entirely made up of immortal spell cultivators and martial Dao experts. There are more than 1 million people in the city, and there are always Golden Core Realm perfected cultivators in charge all year round. It is very prosperous. As for the identity of the participants, there are no special restrictions. If there is really a restriction, it is estimated that at the beginning of the Qingsu auction, the participants will be required to pay a high-grade spirit stone as a deposit. This shouldn't be a problem for Senior, right? Qiu Dashang smiled and explained. In that case, I would like to participate. Ziyue nodded slightly, and suddenly remembered that the 9-star god token was mentioned. It seemed to be a very precious thing. He wanted to ask about it, but thinking that Qiu Dashang was much shrewder than Qiu Yue Piao and Qiu Dingwei, he quickly changed his words and said, "Master Qiu, if you plan to set off, please don't forget to let me know." As for the 9-star god token, he planned to inquire about it later. Senior Kunlun, please rest assured. With your help, our trip will be safer. Of course, I won't forget. Moreover, we also need to collect some materials in Blood Mountain City to refine elixirs. When the time comes, you will have to refine elixirs in Blood Mountain City. I just hope you won't forget about this. Xiao Dasang hurriedly said. Firmament Territory, Cloud-Piercing Mountain Range, Cloud-Piercing Force Sects, Qingshu Sect, Blood Mountain City, Qingshu Summit. In a courtyard, Baizua silently sorted out the information he had gathered this time. Only then did his heart truly calm down. He was also sure that he had walked out of the cage of the ancient barren territory, crossed the innumerable great mountains, and arrived at the firmament territory, which was even more vast and magnificent and had even more experts. Compared to the ancient barren territory, the firmament territory is much larger. The cloud-piercing mountain range alone is not much smaller than the ancient barren territory. If I include the Gusha Mountain Range, the Qingyang Lake, and the Indigo Mountain Range, it would be even larger. In such a place, the forces of the sects would be many times stronger than those in the ancient barren territory. The 7 major celestial skill sects could dominate the ancient barren territory. In the firmament territory, even the cloud-piercing 4 sects in the cloud-piercing mountain range could not compare to them, let alone the heavenly spirit sect and the nature sect. The cloud-piercing 4 sects, Qingshu sect, Tai E celestial sect, Sound of Thunder sect, and Great Buddha sect, are all sects with powerhouses above the Golden Core stage. Any one of them would be able to destroy the ancient barren territory. Ziyue compared the number of powerhouses in the firmament territory and the strength of the sections. He gradually became excited. This is great. Only in such a place where powerhouses gather can there be stronger sparks. Only then can my strength increase rapidly. The ancient barren territory is too small, and its resources are very poor. It's like a pool of stagnant water. The major celestial skill sects are also stubbornly guarding their own territories. They don't even dare to explore the resource-rich 100,000 mountains. How can they nurture a big fish without any ambition? Overturn rivers and seas and climb mountains? When he was crossing the 100,000 mountains, he had witnessed the richness of the resources in the 100,000 mountains. Suddenly, he was disappointed with the 7 major celestial skill sects in the ancient barren territory. Of course, exploring the 100,000 mountains was dangerous. There were Golden Core Stage and Primordial Soul Stage demons in the firmament territory. However, with the formation that shrouded the heavens and the earth, the major celestial skill sects were in an invincible position. With this as the foundation, they could gradually advance, snatch a large number of resources, and nurture powerhouses at the middle stage of the divine realm, late stage of the divine realm, or even the ultimate sublimation and reach the gold core realm. Perhaps this is also related to the celestial spirit sects blood-sucking every 30 years. A large number of heavenly talents are taken away, and a batch of deity pills is released every 30 years. Those who rely on the deity pills to break through to the divine realm are far inferior to those who rely on themselves to break through to the divine realm, regardless of whether they are aggressive, courageous, or directly expressed in terms of external strength. Naturally, they don't have the drive and ambition to explore the 100,000 mountains and break out of the cage. Ziyue sighed. Soon, his mind became clear. He pulled out these strands of distracting thoughts and focused on himself. Judging from the progress on the attribute panel, it should take more than 10 days before it officially evolves and can be used again. He squinted his eyes and calculated in his heart. He was slightly calm. Although he was not used to it, he would not become overly dependent because of it. Cultivation was already a habit for him. Even with the help of the attribute panel, which could save him countless cultivation time, he would not give up self-cultivation because of it. However, I have to say that my follow-up cultivation is indeed a problem. I have to create a cultivation method of the divine realm as soon as possible to ensure that I can continue to cultivate and improve. Otherwise, my strength will be stuck in stagnation. After all, creating a cultivation method is not an easy thing to do. Although I've accumulated a lot and have a very deep foundation. And I even have the foundation of the One Yuan Great Tao, which can be said to be the top cultivation method of the Aperture realm. It's not easy to officially create a cultivation method of the God realm of the same level. Therefore, learning from the methods of predecessors is a way to greatly shorten the time I need to create a cultivation method. At present, the only place that I can come into contact with that has a large number of cultivation methods of the divine realm is only there. Bai Ziyue's gaze was distant as he looked into the distance. The matter of the cultivation method can only be postponed for the time being. However, the problem of the natal magic weapon should be put on the agenda. Now, the problem of materials is not big. Even the smelting spiritual fire. My furnace of 10,000 flames is actually a natural crafting furnace. The temperature of the flames is enough to smelt most of the materials. Only the primordial soul realm demon bone is of too high a grade. The temperature of the flames of the furnace of 10,000 flames can't smelt it at all. It will be a pity if such a top-grade spiritual material can't be integrated into my natal magic weapon. Therefore, in terms of the temperature of the flames, I still have to think of another way. Perhaps I can achieve it with the help of some high-grade, earthly fire crafting rooms? Or master a brilliant crafting method can also solve this problem. Therefore, there's not much I can do now. I can only choose to wait for the attribute panel to upgrade, wait for the Qingshu summit to open, and see if I can find a solution from the place where the wind and clouds gather this time. Ziyue took a deep breath, and his eyes were somewhat deep. Just wait. It's only a dozen days. There is no hurry. Chapter 445. Ziyue had recently become interested in Formation Dao and Dao inscriptions. In fact, he had been in contact with Formation Dao for a long time. However, compared to cultivation methods, magic spells, and alchemy methods, Formation Dao was more complicated. Naturally, it was much harder to get started, so he had not made much progress. Now, his strength had risen to the divine realm. Disregarding everything else, just his spiritual sense and great Dao sense were many times stronger than before. Countless things that were originally obscure could now be easily seen through, and he could draw inferences about other things from one example. Therefore, after he had successively cultivated the 9 Suns alchemy method and the ancient moon weapon refining method to the beginner level, he immediately began to study Formation Dao. Chimin Duanjia, Formation Dao Quintessence, detailed explanation of the 36 heavenly spirit seals. There were many things that had their own similarities, and by comprehending them by analogy, his progress was also very fast. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could grasp the basics of a certain Formation Dao. At that time, once his attribute panel had finished upgrading, he would be able to upgrade his array Dao to perfection. Then, it would be much easier for him to study more advanced array Dao. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to upgrade his array Dao, just like his alchemy Dao. He would quickly become a second great array master, or even a third great array master. As for Dao inscriptions, at first, he paid attention to it because of the Demon Clan cultivation method. After understanding the mystery of Dao inscriptions, he also felt that these characters that reached the great Dao definitely contained some kind of special power, and would certainly be of unexpected help to his future cultivation. Therefore, he also put a lot of effort into learning Dao inscriptions. The progress was very slow. It was even much slower than his learning of Formation Dao. It was just the characters themselves. Dao inscriptions seemed to be natural and could not be recorded on ordinary paper or jade scroll pupil. Ziyue only saw Dao inscriptions themselves on a Dao source stone left behind by spiritual master Lu Ju, which was specially used to record powerful cultivation methods. In total, there were only 105 great Dao inscriptions. These words didn't look complicated at all. However, often after Ziyue looked at them, and his divine thought left the Dao source stone, he found that he could not remember the specific writing method of these characters. The strokes, the appearance, everything was a blur, and he had no impression at all. It's as if it's being stripped from my mind. Ziyue was shocked. After all, how amazing was his memory now? With a photographic memory, it was not a problem for him to multitask. For a cultivation method, even if he just casually glanced at it, after 10 days or half a month, he would be able to clearly remember every word and image. Moreover, he would be able to quickly understand the profound meaning within. However, when he saw these great Tao characters, he couldn't remember them at all. This ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. Through reading some of Reverend Lu Ju's notes and experiences, he understood the reason behind it. The characters of the Great Tao are innately compatible with the Great Tao. In fact, they're a type of incarnation of the Great Tao. They are not something that ordinary paper, cloth, or jade slips can contain. It's like something that transcends the dimension. I can see it, but I can't touch it, let alone write it down in the real world. Only by fully understanding everything that the entire Tao character contains, regardless of whether it's the specific meaning or the profound meaning of the Great Tao, or some kind of connection between heaven and earth, can I completely remember the entire character and write it down smoothly. Zue was shocked, but when he really settled down to study the Tao character, he felt that it was only natural. This was because the Tao character itself possessed power. Therefore, in the next few days, Zue either put his mind on the formation or concentrated on studying the characters of the Great Tao. Although there wasn't much obvious progress due to the lack of time, he still felt that it was extremely fulfilling. Occasionally, Qiu Yue Piao and Qiu Dinghua would visit him and ask him about cultivation. He wasn't stingy about this. With his experience in cultivation, it was naturally easy for him to give guidance to two qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, he was very thorough, allowing the two of them to often gain great benefits. Their cultivation progress also sped up. Of course, Zue also took advantage of this opportunity to discreetly obtain more information about this place through indirect eavesdropping and other means. He also gained great benefits. Among them, he finally had a general understanding of the 9-star god token that the head of the Qiu family had mentioned before. In the firmament territory, other than the several super sects, there was another force that was equally large and powerful. It included more experts than the various sects, and even surpassed the firmament territory in size. It spanned almost the entire immortal spell world, and was truly a super force. This force was called the 9-star Tao Palace. The 9-star Tao Palace wasn't a cultivation sect, or even a cultivation chamber of commerce. The 9-star Tao Palace was actually just an organization of assassins. However, after more than 10,000 years of development, this organization continued to grow and instead went from the shadows to the light, forming a completely loose immortal spell organization. However, their hierarchy of assassins was completely used. Any immortal spell cultivator who wanted to join the 9-star Tao Palace had to pass an assessment. According to the immortal spell cultivator's strength and the number of missions they completed, they were ranked from 1 star to 9 stars. Cultivators at the Qi refining stage and the aperture enlightening stage were too weak and didn't have much lifespan, so they weren't qualified to be designated as stars. Cultivators at the God realm and above could participate in the assessment to be designated as stars and receive star badges. For example, the 1-star God token, the 2-star God token, and then the 9-star God token. It was the same for those above the Golden Core realm. There was a 1-star Golden Core token, the 2-star Golden Core token, and then the 9-star Golden Core token. This kind of star token was not only a magic treasure, but also had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was also a symbol of status and strength. In addition, once one became a star rank expert, their family, descendants, or sect could use a special method to activate the medallion and ask the 9-star Tao Palace for help if they were to perish due to accidents or other reasons. Once the star token was activated, the 9-star Tao Palace would immediately issue a mission and ask the corresponding star-grade expert for help. For example, if one had a 1-star God token, they would ask for help from a 1-star God realm expert. If one had a 9-star God token, they would ask for help from a 9-star God realm expert. For many immortal spell forces, this was extremely tempting. If it was a small immortal spell clan like the Chiyo clan, they could even directly use it as a treasure and a great foundation. Therefore, even the various immortal spell sects would send experts to the 9-star Dao Palace to apply to become a star grade expert and obtain a star token. The star grade isn't divided by the immortal spell realm, but by strength. Perhaps an early-stage God Realm cultivator can wear a 4-star God token, while a middle-stage God Realm cultivator can only obtain a 3-star God token. Of course, an expert who wears a 1-star God token may also be very strong because they may hide their strength. However, an expert who holds a 9-star God token is definitely the strongest in the God Realm. It is said that some experts in the 9-star God Realm can even resist an expert in the Golden Elixir Realm without being defeated. Finally, Xiao Dingwei said with a look of longing. Ziyue couldn't help but be shocked. A star grade system that was completely based on strength? An expert who held a 9-star God token could even resist an expert in the Golden Elixir Realm? Regardless of other things, this star grade system was somewhat similar to his star grade system. It was just that he divided it into 3rd, 2nd, and 1st grades, while the 9-star Dao Palace was directly based on the star grade system. In the same realm, 1-star was the weakest, while 9-star was the strongest. Senior Kunlun, get ready to go. On the 3rd day Ziyue stayed in the Chiyo clan, the 2 siblings, Chiyo Yue Piao and Xiao Dingwei, came again and said respectfully, "Good." Ziyue nodded and stood up. He looked at the 2 and said, "Are you going to Blood Mountain City together?" Originally, our cultivation was low, and Big Brother was at the critical moment of breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, so we didn't have the chance to go to Blood Mountain City. But thanks to Senior's good fortune, the clan head has agreed to let us go with you. If Senior has any instructions along the way, you can tell us directly, and we will naturally help you deal with it. Qiao Yue Piao said respectfully, "Oh, your clan head is very considerate." Ziyue was slightly taken aback, but he nodded and didn't say anything more. With his divine realm cultivation and his identity as an alchemist, it was very normal for Qiao Dasang to do this. Soon, under the guidance of the 2 siblings, Ziyue met the clan head of the Qiao clan, Qiao Dasang. Beside him was a group of immortal spell cultivators who were not weak. Senior Kunlun. These are the clan heads and some of their clansmen of the nearby immortal cultivation families. After hearing the news of Senior, they specially rushed over overnight to go with us to Blood Mountain City to participate in the Qingshu Summit. Standing in the empty square, Qiao Dasang was full of smiles as he introduced them to Ziyue one by one. He was indeed in a very good mood. According to the rules of the past, the Qingshu Summit held every 10 years in Blood Mountain City would be held. The nearby immortal magic practitioners would first go to the place where the Su family, a cultivation clan, occupied a market square. They would then gather together before setting off again. But this time, because he pretended to be embarrassed to reveal Ziyue's identity, the clan heads of several large immortal cultivation families immediately went straight to his Chiyo clan. In the past, this was something that was absolutely impossible. After all, not only did the Su clan occupy a market, but the clan head of the Su clan was also a peak enlightening realm cultivator with great strength, so he had never been polite to him. But now, when he saw the clan head of the Su clan ask about Senior Kunlun with a fawning face, he was secretly very happy. Chapter 446. Su Jia greets Senior Kunlun. Wang Dalong greets Senior Kunlun. Zhang Ru greets Senior Kunlun. With Senior Kunlun on this trip, our safety is guaranteed. It's really a great blessing. After Qiao Dashang's introduction, a group of people came forward to greet Ziyue. Their words were full of flattery. "You're welcome," Ziyue said with a calm face. Invincible strength in the ancient desolate region and the experience of crossing the 100,000 mountains had forged his mentality as an expert. Therefore, in the face of the group of people's flattery, he was very calm. Besides being calm, there was a unique temperament that made people not dare to look down on him. "Senior, now that everyone is ready and the journey is long, please take my magpie feather spiritual carpet." How about it? Senior, my earthly hearse is not slow, and it's very stable. It's also a great tool for transportation. My flying sparrow shuttle is also very fast. It's not much slower than a cultivator in the late stage of the aperture enlightening realm flying at full speed. It just so happens that there's an extra seat. Senior, if you don't mind, why don't you travel with me? After a while, many cultivators rushed to introduce their spiritual devices for transportation and invited Ziyue enthusiastically. A God Realm expert was enough to make them respect and flatter. If this God Realm expert was also an alchemist who was good at refining elixirs, then they would be so enthusiastic and flattering that even they would feel disgusted. No, I have a beast for transportation. Ziyue shook his head lightly and said, A beast? Someone could not help but ask in confusion. Ziyue did not say much. He shifted his mind, and a small golden tower immediately appeared. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed. In an instant, the small pagoda shot up into the sky and turned into a huge golden pagoda. Above the golden pagoda, a dazzling light flashed. Then, very quickly, a huge white figure leaped out from it. Roar! Like a roar of thunder, the sound shook the void. At the same time, an extremely tyrannical aura quickly spread out in all directions along with the appearance of this figure. Under the effect of the pressure, it instantly caused everyone to hold their breaths. Some of the chi condensation stage cultivators even felt their entire body go limp as they felt incomparable fear. Tiger. Tiger demon? Tiger demon of the God Realm. A divine-level beast. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ziyue in disbelief. As a divine-level strongman, it was not surprising that he had a beast. Among them, there were also many who had their own beasts. However, the fact that he had a god-level celestial method realm and a god-level beast tamer had really shocked them. After all, how arrogant was a divine realm great demon? Not only was his strength not inferior to immortal spell cultivators of the same level, but because his skin was thick and his body was huge, his innate demonic power was even denser. In terms of combat strength, he was even superior, especially the tiger demon. It was a natural king, unless it was an exotic beast that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast and had extraordinary talent. It was naturally more tyrannical than ordinary beasts of the same level. If the 9 Stars Doctrine Palace's star token was used to classify them, then the weakest tiger demon would have the strength of a 3-star deity. For Ziyue to be able to subdue such a beast, how strong was his true strength? Especially to be able to subdue the usually arrogant tiger demon, what kind of brilliant means did he have? The reverence in everyone's hearts immediately became thicker. Senior, let your beast retract its magical power. At this moment, Qiu Dingyue said with a pale face. Qiu Yuepiao, who was beside him, could not even speak because her strength was even lower. Tiger Dolly, Ziyue shouted in a low voice. The white tiger great demon looked at the group of people arrogantly and reluctantly retracted its aura. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. A few chi refinement realm cultivators were even more frightened. As they walked, they distanced themselves from the white tiger great demon. As for the other cultivators, they did not dare to mention that they were traveling with Ziyue. They bowed respectfully to him before summoning their own spirit artifacts. Ziyue leaped and landed easily on the white tiger great demon's broad back. Seeing that Qiu Yuepiao and Qiu Dingyue's faces were still a little pale, he could not help but smile and say, "Why don't the two of you come with me and sit on the tiger's back? With the white tiger great demon's generosity, a few people can sit on it." No, no, thank you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. When the two of them met the white tiger great demon's bell-like eyes, their bodies trembled. They hurriedly waved their hands and did not dare to approach. Finally, the two of them sat on the flying shuttle of one of the Qiu family's elders and calmed down. Ziyue did not insist. "Senior, can we set off now?" After a while, Qiu Dasang carefully asked Ziyue. "Let's set off." Ziyue nodded, and the others immediately perked up. They drove their spirit artifacts and soared into the sky, rushing towards the Blood Mountain city. With a pat on the tiger's back, the great demon White Tiger instantly leaped up and easily followed behind the group of people. As it walked, it even had the time to leisurely observe its surroundings. Its tiger eyes were filled with curiosity. Senior, it will take 3 days to travel from Xinghe Town to the Blood Mountain City if there are no disturbances in between. However, even though the area we are in is under the jurisdiction of the Qingshu sect, it will not be a smooth journey. Along the way, there will be many robbers who will kill people to steal their treasures. If we are unlucky, we might even encounter devil cultivators who practice devil Dao cultivation methods. Once we encounter devil cultivators, the danger level will be much higher because their methods are often ruthless and powerful. It is impossible to guard against them. Qiu Dasang drove the flying shuttle closer to Ziyue and said from afar, "Oh, are there many devil cultivators here?" Ziyue's heart stirred and he asked curiously. Devil cultivators often have brilliant concealment techniques. It is usually very difficult for us to distinguish them from their appearance. Therefore, even though the Qingshu sect often sends law enforcement cultivators to clean them up and the 9-star Dao Palace issues missions to send experts to search and kill them, it is still very difficult to clean them up. Almost every once in a while, there will be news of devil cultivators causing trouble. Qiu Dashang explained. However, this time, with Senior Kunlun accompanying us, there is no need to worry about our safety. Both immortal Dao robbers and devil cultivators will avoid you when they see you from afar. How would they dare to offend you? At this moment, Su Jia, the head of the Su family, could not help but drive his air transportation spirit artifact closer and say flatteringly. Of course, his words were sincere. The White Tiger Great Demon's figure was too conspicuous. In his opinion, any immortal Dao robber would keep a respectful distance when they saw such an existence. As for immortal Dao robbers above the God Realm, there were indeed some. However, when they saw Ziyue with a God Realm beast, they would have to consider whether it was worth it to attack him. If they were not careful, they would end up dead. That's true. This trip will probably be much smoother. We can reach Blood Peak City in 3 days. You might not know this, but half a year ago, I was transporting a batch of spirit rice to the Jinghe Immortal Market. On the way back, I happened to see a group of devil cultivators massacre a caravan. 8 enlightened immortal masters and more than 20 chi refinement stage cultivators were all killed. Their flesh and blood essence were directly plundered by the devil cultivators. They died miserably. I was lucky that I discovered them in advance and hid in time. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Immediately after, the head of the Wang family, Wang Dalong, came closer and said with a look of relief, "The massacre of the Tian family caravan? I didn't expect you to be nearby." The head of the Zhang family also came closer and interrupted in surprise. "I was lucky to escape. You see, for the past half a year, I didn't dare to take a step in that direction. I was just afraid of meeting that group of devil cultivators again." When Wang Dalong thought about it, he still had some lingering fear. That's true. "We only have one life," the group of people discussed animatedly. Soon, their gazes fell on Ziyue again. Ziyue was still a little unfamiliar with this place. Naturally, he was happy to see them chatting. He was not cold. From time to time, he would add a few words. He was always able to lead the topic to the information he needed to know. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Ziyue's eyes suddenly moved. He noticed a group of cultivators hiding dozens of miles away from them. I didn't expect that we would encounter robbers after just a few hours of departure. Ziyue was a little surprised. One should know that they had just started their journey. They had not even covered 1/10 of the journey. According to this frequency, how many robbers would they encounter along the way? Oh no, they're divine realm experts. Retreat quickly. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came out. Immediately after, the group of cultivators who were lying in ambush on the path that by Ziyue and the others had to pass through immediately scattered and fled in all directions. It's the Black Wind Bandits of Eternal Gold Mountain. They are smart. Otherwise, they will suffer. Someone couldn't help but say excitedly. Ziyue was also a little speechless. He didn't expect those immortal spell bandits to run away so quickly. These immortal spell bandits are all experts who are proficient in all kinds of chi observation skills. They are very cunning. When they encounter an expert, they will immediately scatter and escape. When they encounter a weak persimmon, they will immediately turn into fierce, hungry wolves. They will never be polite. When they are in a good mood, they will just rob the treasury. When they're in a bad mood, it is normal for them to kill and rob. Xiao Dasang said with resentment, "This is the way the world is. It is very dangerous in the wild. Only in a big city guarded by an expert can we ensure a little safety. When we go out, we have to be careful." Wang Dalong chimed in. Chapter 447. Therefore, if possible, it's better to live in a place like Blood Peak City where there are golden elixir experts. Only then can it be considered safe. It's a pity that we all have a big family to take care of and can't leave it all. And if we want to move our family into Blood Peak City, we don't have enough financial resources. Su Jia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The others were also silent. If they were rogue cultivators, they would be alone. With their strength in the Aperture Enlightening realm, they could naturally live freely in the safe Blood Mountain City. But the hundreds of immortal method cultivators in the family and the hundreds of thousands of ordinary clansmen were a big shackle. They could achieve such success because of the support of countless clansmen in the family. The two had long been interdependent and couldn't be separated at all. Although Ziyue didn't understand their feelings for home, he knew that although immortal method cultivators were extraordinary, they were still real people. People had feelings, sustenance, and pursuits. Moreover, because of their strength and firm beliefs, immortal method cultivators' obsession was deeper. Throughout their lives, there were many people who contributed to the development of their families, sects, or their respective forces. How could Ziyue not have an obsession in his heart? But his obsession was different from Su Jia and the others for their families. He wanted his strength to rise rapidly and reach the golden elixir stage, the primordial spirit stage, or even higher, so that he could see the sun, moon, and stars from afar, and watch the mountains and rivers of the world. He could be truly carefree, free, immortal, and detached. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The journey was very smooth. Although during this period, they still saw the traces of several waves of immortal method cultivators. When they sensed that Ziyue, a God Realm expert, was among them, they all retreated at once. They didn't dare to make a move at all. Therefore, when the night of the third day was about to fall, in the distance, a city completely surrounded by a huge blood-red mountain peak appeared in front of everyone. The mountain peak was at least 3,000 feet high. There were many pavilions, courtyards, and cave abodes all located on it. At the foot of the mountain peak was a huge immortal city that covered an area of dozens of miles like a primitive giant beast. The immortal city had a history of 3,000 years since its establishment. Spiritual energy soared into the sky, but it also carried an ancient aura. "We're here. We're finally here. We have arrived at Blood Mountain City." The group of people immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Only when they arrived here did they truly relax. This was because there were city guards patrolling the surroundings of Blood Mountain City at all times to guard against all kinds of dangers. Not to mention immortal spell thieves, even demonic cultivators did not dare to show their faces in the vicinity. Is this Blood Mountain City? Ziyue was also surprised. The Blood Mountain City was not obvious from the outside, as if there was nothing blocking it, allowing one to travel freely. However, the entire city, including the huge Blood Mountain, was enveloped by a high-grade 4 formation. Not only was his defense extremely strong, he even had the means to counter it. Not to mention Golden Core Realm cultivators. Even Primordial Spirit Realm experts would suffer greatly if they were careless. Ziyue also felt the great power of the formation. Just by standing outside the formation, he could clearly feel the vast and oppressive power within. The power brewing within made him have no doubt that once it landed on his body, even if his rainbow calamity averting spirit light was at its peak and all kinds of defensive means were used, he would be blasted into dregs and completely annihilated in an instant. It was frightening. "Let's go into the city." After a low shout, the group of people quickly rushed towards the huge city. However, when it was time to officially enter the city, everyone put away their respective transportation spiritual weapons. In order to avoid trouble, Ziyue also put White Tiger back into the demon's subduing pagoda under the resentful gaze of White Tiger. Although Blood Mountain City is a city, it is actually the largest immortal market in the entire Qingshu sect. More than half of the industries are controlled by the Qingshu sect. Of course, in addition to the many shops operated by the Qingshu sect, there are also many shops operated by other sects, forces, immortal cultivation families, or itinerant cultivators. All kinds of magic weapons, spiritual weapons, materials, elixirs, spiritual medicines, and talismans can be found here. It can be considered extremely convenient. Speaking of which, I can't help but envy the Su family head. Sitting on a small market, spirit stones are rapidly coming in, and your financial resources are strong. A few years ago, you bought an industry here. Not to mention how many spirit stones you earn. At least here, you can be considered to have a foundation. Qiu Dasheng and Wang Daolong spoke one after another, looking at the Su family head Su Jia with a slightly envious gaze. "You only see me eating meat but not being beaten. Don't you know that every market is the target of those immortal cultivation thieves and demon cultivators? In order to prevent killing and robbing, every few years there are disciples of my Su family who are seriously injured or even killed." Su Jia knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth, and hurriedly defended himself before changing the topic. He said to Ziyue, "Although most of the shops in Blood Mountain City are mainly shops. However, in the Qingshu Summit held every 10 years, there will be additional stalls in Blood Mountain City, especially for the cultivators of various families and itinerant cultivators to trade. Some specialties can only be produced in a certain place or in a certain immortal cultivation family. Even some disciples of the Qingshu sect are very fond of some spirit wines and delicacies, especially the time wine of the Zhang family. It is said that it is liked by a god realm strongman of the Qingshu sect. This time, even without setting up a stall, the spirit wine can be sold in exchange for a large number of spirit stones. If Senior Kunlun is interested, you might as well take a look. Maybe you will gain something." Hearing this, Zhang Ru's face could not help but smile. Bai Ziyue nodded silently. His gaze swept across the surroundings without batting an eyelid. He noticed that an elder from a Qiu clan had left in a hurry. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't ask about it. The whole Blood Mountain City was indeed very wide. It did not seem crowded when they walked in it, but from a distance, there were actually a lot of people. There were also large beasts, pulling many goods that were not convenient to be carried in storage bags. Moreover, there were mountains, rivers, and spirit trees full of spirit energy in the city. With the embellishment of these mountain stones and spirit trees, the scenery was very beautiful. It was different from an ordinary city, and there was a natural air of immortality. As Bai Ziyue looked through them one by one, he felt a sense of carefreeness and joy. Soon, under the leadership of several family heads, they came to the foot of the huge Blood Mountain. The Blood Mountain itself is a huge spirit vein. The higher the mountain, the higher the density of spirit energy. It is said that the highest place has reached the 4th level. All year round, there is a golden elixir realm lord, the lord of the spiritual coffin. Now, there are 10 days before the Qingshu Summit officially begins, so we will choose a cultivation residence to settle down and cultivate here. Senior, you are a god realm strong man, and I think you can't stand the environment of spirit energy at the bottom level. So I made the decision to choose a cave residence with spirit energy of the 3rd level for you to live in temporarily. In this 3rd level cave residence, there's not only a secret room for cultivation, but also earth fire. Having an earth fire alchemy room will be to your liking. Qiu Dasang said, reaching out to take the jade tablet of the Qiu family elder who had been waiting for a long time, and handed it to Ziyue respectfully. Ziyue understood why the Chiu family elder left first. However, he naturally would not take advantage of the Chiu family. So he said, "How many spirit stones did you spend?" "Senior, you are treating me as an outsider. It is just a short rent for half a year, so it didn't cost much spirit stones. Furthermore, I'll have to trouble you with the matter of spiritual pills. Compared to spiritual pills, this little bit of expenditure is nothing." Chiu Dasang felt the pain in his heart, but he pretended to be generous and said, "We cultivators are not afraid of ghosts and gods, but we are not willing to be contaminated by karma. In that case, I will convert all these expenses into elixir refining." "What kind of elixir is the Chiu family planning to refine?" Ziyue frowned slightly and asked. Chiu Dasang was excited. He knew that although his goodwill was not accepted by Ziyue, it still made the other party feel his sincerity, which was why he took the initiative to ask. Chiu Dasang no longer hesitated and ignored Su Jia, Wang Dalong, and the others. He quickly answered, "Of course, it is the orifice enlightening elixir. If the ingredients are ready, I can start refining the elixir today." Ziyue nodded casually and said, "Senior can refine the orifice enlightening elixir?" Su Jia, Wang Dalong, Zhang Ru, and the others trembled when they heard this. They could not help but exclaim. All the information they had about Ziyue came from Chiu Dasang. Although they heard that he was actually an alchemist, they subconsciously thought that his alchemy skills would not be too high. After all, judging from his appearance, he was a bit too young. With such a high level of cultivation in immortal techniques, it was only natural that he would spend even less time and effort on other aspects of cultivation. Moreover, they also knew that many deity realm experts would start to study all kinds of cultivation arts because they suddenly understood their own talents. By Ziyue reckoned that it was because he realized his talent in alchemy that he started to learn alchemy and considered himself as an alchemist outside. This kind of thing was too common. In their eyes, it was even a piece of interesting news. Therefore, they did not specifically inquire about Ziyue's alchemy skills. They thought that his alchemy skills would not be too high. At most, he would be at the level of intermediate or advanced grade 1. It was very unlikely that he would be at the level of second grade or above. After all, alchemy was a profession that required a lot of time to study. In addition to talent, it also required resources and time. Previously, most of the flattery and friendship were due to his divine realm of celestial skills. After all, being on good terms with such an expert was a natural deterrent to other forces. It was also beneficial for the development of their family. Chapter 448. When they heard that he could refine the enlightening elixir, they were shocked. Only then did they realize with a start that by Ziyue's pill, refining ability actually exceeded their imagination. Those who can refine the enlightening elixir are at least second-grade alchemists. But only third-grade alchemists can guarantee the success rate. Is Senior Kunlun a third-grade alchemist? They exclaimed inwardly. When they thought about how their men had been respectful to Bai Ziyue and had not offended him, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, they all looked at him with fervent gazes and stammered, "I wonder if Senior can also refine the awakening pill for us? As long as the materials are ready, there is no problem in refining the elixir." Bai Ziyue's eyes flashed as he said with a smile. Because of the limitation of his cultivation method, his strength was in a state where it couldn't be improved. If he wanted to change it, he had to create a follow-up cultivation method. However, it would take too much time just to think about it on his own. Therefore, he had planned to collect many cultivation methods of the God realm for reference and comprehension, as his own cultivation resources, so that he could create the cultivation method more smoothly. In the cloud-piercing mountain range, there was no place more convenient than the Qingshu sect to get cultivation methods of the God realm. Coincidentally, he heard that the Qingshu sect valued people who were proficient in cultivation, so he planned to start from refining elixirs. He hoped to attract the attention of the Qingshu sect after he became famous, so that he could smoothly join the Qingshu sect and achieve his goal. Therefore, He didn't refuse the request of Su Jia and the others. He even hoped to make his name known and attract more people to ask him to refine elixirs. Thank you, Senior Kunlun. The few of them were overjoyed and became incomparably excited. Due smiled faintly, then looked at Xiao Dasheng and said, "By the way, there is something I need your brother and sister to do me a favor. Senior, if you need anything, just tell me and I will do it for you." Xiao Dasheng replied quickly, "It's not a big deal, but I guess I will stay in the Blood Mountain City for a while, so I plan to find a shop here to deal with some things. In addition, when I refine elixirs in the future, there will be a place to sell them." Ziyue waved his hand, looked at Xiao Dingyue and Xiao Yue Piao, and said, "I don't know if you are willing to help me take care of this shop." He gained a lot from the trip to the innumerable mountains. Apart from other things, he had a total of nearly 30 storage bags, which were all full. There were so many materials, and many of them were extremely precious and rare. If they were taken out rashly, it was very likely that it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he planned to buy a shop and slowly consume these materials. Moreover, with a shop, if he wanted to purchase some things, it would be much more convenient and secretive. Of course. Quickly, thanks, Senior Kunlun. Xiao Dasheng hurriedly urged the two. "We're willing, Senior." "Thank you." The brother and sister looked at each other and said excitedly, "As for the matter of the shop, I would also like to ask for Senior's guidance. We will work together to help you find it. However, I wonder if Senior has any specific requirements?" Xiao Dasheng followed. Su Jia and others nodded and said eagerly, "In the whole Blood Mountain City, the rental price is different in different areas. In the main bustling street, the annual rent is more than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you buy it, it will cost more than 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. Although the second-class street is cheaper, the whole house is more than 5 million low-grade spiritual stones, and the annual rent is about 80,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Both are fine," Ziyue said lightly. Immediately, everyone's heart trembled again. More than 3 million low-grade spiritual stones were agreed so easily. Then, just how rich was the Kunlun Senior's wealth? "If that's the case, thank you very much." Ziyue nodded to them and said with a smile, "The spiritual qi in this cave is indeed abundant. It has reached the level of a third-class low-grade spiritual vein. In terms of decoration, it is quite luxurious. There is a secret cultivation room, an earth-fire alchemy room, an earth-fire weapon refining room, a spirit beast room, a reception hall, and many other facilities. The top floor is inlaid with luminous stones, which illuminate the whole place. Moreover, there is a defensive formation at the entrance of the cave. Even a God Realm expert can't break in. There is no need to worry about safety at all. The rent for half a year is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It is a little expensive." Ziyue thought to himself as he walked around the entire cave abode. Then he let the black puppy out and left it in the spirit beast room. Because of the auspicious opportunity, when Ziyue broke through in the innumerable mountains, the black puppy was at the critical moment of breaking through from the qi refining stage to the spirit detecting stage. Therefore, after the initial excitement, it stayed in the spirit beast room and continued to cultivate, intending to break through quickly. Without disturbing its cultivation, Ziyue went directly to the secret cultivation room. There should be 4 or 5 days before the property panel is upgraded. I should be able to completely upgrade it before the Qingshu Summit officially begins. It will not be easy for Xiao Dasheng and others to collect the materials for refining the aperture enlightening elixir, so I should have a few days of free time. During this period, I can also sort out my harvest in the innumerable mountains. Ziyue couldn't help but start to count his nearly 30 storage bags. There are 7 God Realm demonic beast corpses, namely Violent Earth Bear, Black Striped Leopard, Hell Snail, Flying Thunder Beast, and 3 Silver Armor Pangolins. Because they're in the storage bags and their strength is not weak, they are relatively well preserved. There are 15 natal demonic treasures of each demonic beast, among which there is no lack of high-grade demonic treasures. There's a green copper that is specially used to record a suspected cultivation method in the demonic clan's language. There are 7 god realm demonic cores and nearly 1,000 spirit detecting demonic cores. There are 5 spirit stones. If they are developed, they could be divided into more than 7 million low-grade spirit stones. There are various rare spiritual materials and spiritual medicines, including the 3,000-year-old Earth Ganoderma, more than 300 kinds of 3rd grade spiritual medicines, half of the primordial spirit bone of the 5th grade, the slew of the gold-armored demon monarch between the 3rd and 4th grade, and 7 or 8 kinds of precious spiritual materials that add up to more than 1 million kilograms. There are so many things scattered here and there. If he didn't count them, he wouldn't know how many treasures he had. Once he counted them, Ziyue finally found that his harvest was so huge that it was definitely more than the sum of his previous gains. Adding all of these together, it's worth at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones. In other words, my net worth is over 100 million, although is only 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ziyue took a deep breath and felt a little surprised. He did not know how much confidence Lao Wang had in his previous life to be able to say in such a relaxed tone, "Let's set a small goal first. Earn 100 million from him." However, at this moment, there was a surging feeling in his heart. 100 million doesn't seem to be difficult, Ziyue muttered to himself. Then he felt that he was bloated. He quickly collected his thoughts and got rid of these distracting thoughts. What he valued more was naturally strength. After all, spirit stones and other things were just external objects and definitely couldn't be compared to the happiness that strength brought to him. The speed at which Qiu Dasang and the others found a shop was beyond Ziyue's imagination. Early the next morning, they asked Ziyue to come forward and settle on a 3-story shop between the bustling street and the 2nd-tier street. 2 million low-grade spirit stones were paid on the spot. In this way, it also announced that Ziyue had his first business in Blood Peak City. The speed of immortal spell cultivators was naturally very fast. That afternoon, a shop called Kunlun Pavilion was officially opened. The main business inside was very complicated. Ziyue took out a large batch of elixirs, talismans, dharma weapons, and spirit weapons that he obtained early on but didn't need. Then he sorted out a batch of cultivation methods, spells, and various jade scrolls of lower grades. In order to show their support for Ziyue, the Qiu family, Su family, Wang family, and Zhang family also took out some specialties and consigned them in his shop. Ziyue naturally wouldn't let them lose out. Of course, the shop also needed 1 or 2 treasures. After thinking for a while, Ziyue took out a few Dharma treasures that he obtained in the ancient Barren region, most of which belonged to the Celestial Spirits sect disciples. However, this place was far away from the Celestial Spirits sect, and the Dharma treasures themselves were not eye-catching, so he was not worried that it would cause any trouble. Another thing worth mentioning was that his Taoist name was the same. There were many immortal spell cultivators with the same Taoist name. The 2 words Kunlun were common in the immortal spell world, like Chun Ergu, Fong Han, Fong Ping, Chunnan. It was very common, so there was no need to worry about it causing any trouble. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. In the cave abode, Ziyue's eyes were bright, and his heart was faintly excited. After such a long time of research, I've finally comprehended the first Great Path character. I can write this Great Path character completely. I can even directly form it into an attack and send it out. Ziyue stood up, stretched out his hand, and impatiently began to write in the void. Every stroke was like a golden hook and an iron horse, horizontal and vertical, but also like a sword. In the blink of an eye, a fire character appeared in the void. In an instant, the stroke was completed. In the heavens and earth, it was as if a special force had descended. Whoosh, whoosh. The fire character instantly turned into a ball of white flame and rushed out with a howl. Boom! The flame violently shot onto a stone plate. It was extremely fast, and in the first moment, the stone plate was blasted apart, burned, and turned into pools of magma. This attack is comparable to the full-force attack of an early-stage Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivator. As expected of a Great Path character, it's actually so strong. Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 449. This was just a character of the Great Way. If countless characters of the Great Way were connected, wouldn't the power be even more powerful? Ziyue pondered silently and became more determined to study the characters of the Great Way. Suddenly, a blue light came from above the cave residence. Ziyue knew that someone came to visit, so he opened the formation, and soon Su Jia, the head of the Su family, appeared with a nervous look. Senior Kunlun, in this storage bag are the materials we collected about the awakening elixir. Please check if these materials meet your requirements. If they are not enough, we will prepare them immediately. As Su Jia spoke, she handed a storage bag to Bai Ziyue. Oh, I didn't expect that the first one to collect all the materials would be you. Ziyue raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "This is also luck. The Qingshu Summit is just around the corner. Countless Xiaoxin clans and loose cultivators have gathered in Blood Mountain City, so there are a lot of materials. In addition, my Su family has been rooted in Blood Mountain City for a period of time, so I happen to know some fellow Taoists, so I was able to smoothly collect all the materials." Su Jia said with a grin. Nodding, Ziyue's eyes fell on the storage bag. With a move of his divine thought, all the things in the storage bag were shaken out and placed on a long table in order. Ziyue's eyesight was amazing, and his ability to identify materials had already reached an extremely high level. In addition, he had the art of Big Hole, which was best at detecting spiritual light. Those spiritual objects were hidden or had defects, so he could almost identify them at a glance. Thus, he quickly inspected all of the materials once through. Immediately, he nodded. These materials were full of spiritual qi. Some of them needed special methods to ensure that the spiritual qi was not lost when they were picked, but they were also handled very well. Obviously, they were the result of the treatment of spiritual plant masters who specialized in spiritual plants. They could be regarded as the best materials of the same kind. In addition, it was worth mentioning that there were a total of 49 spiritual materials. Except for a few main materials, Su Jia gave 2 portions of most of them, which was obviously a kind of goodwill. There is no problem. According to the rules, when customizing elixirs, the alchemist will generally take 30% of the elixir as a reward. Since you've given me enough materials, I don't want to take advantage of you, so I'll reduce it to 20%. As for the details of the pill formation, as Bai Ziyue spoke, he suddenly paused, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed himself down and continued. 3 days later, you can come and check the elixir in 3 days. If you're worried, you can also send someone to guard the door. Don't worry, why wouldn't I? Wait 3 days? Would 3 days be enough? I'm not in a hurry. Even though he was worried, Su Jia still waved his hand politely. However, when he heard Ziyue's words, his heart tightened again and he asked worriedly. Even though he didn't know much about alchemy, he knew that the higher the rank of the Dan, the longer it would take. Although the awakening pill was not considered a top-notch spiritual pill, the difficulty of refining it was well known. Don't worry, 3 days is enough. Ziyue waved his hand and said indifferently. When he refined the awakening pill for the first time, it only took him 10 days. Although his alchemy skills were still at the advanced 2nd grade, the improvement of his strength, vision, fire control, and spirit manipulation skills, as well as the exquisite use of his divine sense, naturally gave him a far greater advantage in alchemy than he had in the past. At least in terms of time, he could improve a lot. Then, Senior, I'll come back in 3 days. It just so happens that the Qingshu Summit is about to start at that time, so there won't be any delay. Even though Su Jia was still a little worried, he didn't dare to say anything more. He just stammered. Okay. Ziyue nodded. After sending Su Jia away, Ziyue couldn't hide his excitement and ran to the secret cultivation room. Almost impatiently, His gaze fell on his attribute panel. Sure enough, the attribute panel has been upgraded. Seeing a brand new attribute panel appear in front of him, Ziyue suddenly felt excited. Previously, the reason why he paused was because he suddenly received the news that the attribute panel had been upgraded. Now that he confirmed this point again, it still made him excited. Although he didn't worry about gains and losses as much as he did at the beginning of the upgrade, it still made him feel uncomfortable. Especially during the period when his strength stagnated, he was vaguely worried about gains and losses. I'd like to see what changes the attribute panel will have after the upgrade, Ziyue thought in his heart. And with a thought, a string of values immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Name: the Immortal Technique Realm. Early Stage God Realm Cultivation Method. 1 Yuan Tao. Enlightenment Chapter. Natal Magical Ability. Absent-Minded Magical Ability. Shrinking Earth into an Inch. Silent Divine Light. Rainbow Spirit Light. Little Forbidden Spirit Technique. 10,000 Flames Furnace Magic Arts. Immortal Martial Palm. Immortal Martial Glazed Light. 23-story Building Sword Aura. 1 Sword Break. All Skills. Big Hole Observation Technique. Invisibility Technique. Techniques: Wondrous Jade Alchemy Method Perfect. 9 Suns Alchemy Method Beginner. Ancient Moon Weapon Refining Method Beginner. Chiman Duanjia Not Beginner. 78%. Spiritual Energy. 2926633 Enlightenment Time. 10,000 spiritual energy per minute. Seeing these data, Ziyue was stunned at first, and then his eyes burst out with a bright light. There's a huge change. Not only is all the data related to martial arts covered, but there's also a special list of natal magical abilities. In addition, magical abilities and spells are also separated accordingly. On the whole, it looks very simple. All of this was within my expectations. After all, just because the attribute panel doesn't show, it doesn't mean that I haven't mastered these things. Through the second level page, I can also find a lot of information about the martial arts and spells that I've cultivated. However, the biggest change is the last one. Enlightenment Time. Ziyue's heart trembled. Enlightenment. This was enlightenment. Immortal spell cultivators could only enter the state of Tao enlightenment if they had accumulated a lot of experience and luck. Thus, in terms of realm, cultivation method, magical ability cultivation, and even the comprehension of heaven and earth, there would be great progress. For example, he himself had only been able to enter the state of Tao comprehension twice due to the circumstances of fate, and he'd officially created the Grand Tao of one origin. However, at this moment, he was able to directly use spiritual energy to exchange for enlightenment time. In this way, this will be of great help to me in creating techniques. Although 10,000 spiritual energy can only be exchanged for 1 minute of enlightenment time, my gains in this 1 minute are definitely far greater than the usual 1 month, 1 year, or even 10 years, because enlightenment is a kind of integration of one's years of accumulation. It is a kind of capture of a little inspiration that is unconstrained and unfathomable. Take the 1 Yuan Tao that I created as an example. If I rely on the attribute panel's fusion function to fuse the cultivation methods that I've collected before, I might be able to fuse them into a very brilliant and powerful cultivation method. However, regardless of the amount of spiritual energy required, it's absolutely impossible to directly create a cultivation method like the 1 Yuan Tao. The number of acupoints covers 1296, and it's incomparably exquisite. There's a special cultivation method, like the Great Tao Heart Lamp, that tempers vital energy. This is a little inspiration, a kind of comprehension of the Great Tao, a kind of integration and convergence of wonderful ideas. It's a miracle that can only happen in enlightenment. Ziyue was pleasantly surprised. He was extremely satisfied with the ability after the attribute panel's upgrade this time. I still have more than 29 million spiritual energy points, which is equivalent to me being able to directly exchange for more than 2,900 minutes of enlightenment time. Then, let's give it a try. Let's see if this enlightenment time is different from when I was immersed in enlightenment on my own. Ziyue couldn't help but be eager to try. Then, he quickly stopped hesitating. He didn't care too much about the consumption of 10,000 spiritual energy points. Spend 10,000 spiritual energy points to exchange for 1 minute of enlightenment time. Exchange. Ziyue chose to exchange without hesitation. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his thinking, perception, capture of his own thoughts, and all of his senses had increased by countless times. It seemed that at this moment, the capture of all kinds of inspiration had been raised to the extreme. All kinds of thoughts poured in at the same time, causing him to be momentarily confused. Then, Bai Ziyue placed his thoughts on the array formation method that he had yet to learn, the Chimenduanjia, as though he was struck by a stroke of good fortune. In an instant, all kinds of knowledge about formations, many pieces of information that he had seen before but didn't know how to combine, all kinds of uses of formations, and some understanding and comprehension of formations instantly poured into his mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a moment. Ziyue was fully immersed and felt a kind of joy that came from the bottom of his heart. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. That kind of tranquility, that kind of joy, under the illumination of the night pearl in the cave, seemed very holy. Buzz. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyelids twitched, and his face couldn't help but reveal a melancholy, a kind of extreme regret. 1 minute of enlightenment time has passed. Ziyue was a little disappointed. This feeling is too addictive. Ziyue sighed and couldn't help but want to continue trying. However, he still held back and then hurriedly looked at his attribute panel, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. As expected, I've already learned the art of divination. Although the grade of this formation method is limited, and even if it's improved to perfection, it can at most raise my formation strength to the level of an advanced first-grade formation master. But at least it proves one thing. I can use this enlightenment time to greatly reduce the time I need to learn the art of divination. Although, according to the calculation of spiritual energy consumption in the past, using enlightenment time to improve the art of divination was not cost-effective, and the consumption would often be greater. However, it was equivalent to giving him an additional choice. At critical moments, it was very useful. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.